We're streaming. Sure looks that way. So Kim's got her smile on and everything, but she really isn't feeling good. She had to go to the doctor today, and she had some injections in her neck. Rough day, huh?
Just one big injection in my spine.
And then some other thing. One big injection in her spine. Yeah, she came home. I brought her home, and she started to cook some fish, and then
fell asleep.
And I found some overcooked fish. Although it wasn't real bad. Hello, Tom Anderson. How you doing? Kim, may I have the bag on the top there? No, I want to get my drink mix stuff. I didn't have. We got up here and we couldn't get the computer to start. Derek Edward Sue. Good evening. Mean Street Mopar. How are you doing?
Welcome in, guys. Crash Roadrunner Garage is here. Kevin Smith is here. And, Hippie Long stopped in more than an hour ago to say hello.
Let me scroll back and see who else is here.
It's early and late all at the same time.
Kevin Smith, Buddy Carfano. Patrick Sullivan says,
First.
Okay.
All right, so we have some interest in the stream. That's good. We have a bunch of stuff that needs done, and we want to stay on routine, and it really does seem like it's become a Thursday, Saturday kind of show here in the shop. Barrow's Garage is here. Welcome.
There's a spider walking on me.
I don't know who else is streaming. Who else streams on Thursday?
I don't know. There was somebody from No Name Nationals had 3 people going on a StreamYard. I don't know who it was. I don't remember.
Johnny C., welcome to the stream. We recognize that there's other people, and we.
That was earlier. That's 2 hours ago.
Okay, but I mean, I encourage you to check out some of the other people who are streaming. Maybe they're working on a project that's more relevant, and you'll find a bunch of interest, entertainment, and community. Maybe they live closer to you. Maybe they have something that you want to be involved in. And that's not to say, like, don't come back and check to see what we're doing or hang out with us at all, but, like, it's okay to support. It's okay to bounce around, I think.
But if that all disconnected, okay, I didn't check it. It works.
I mean, people get views. If you stay because you're having a good time, then they get view time. And I don't know, there's nights where we're on and there's somebody else on that people want to watch. If we have very low viewer count, that's okay. Because, like, we still get to do what we want to do, and the people who are here still want to be here. And that's how I want it to be. To me, it's not really a competition. It's tough, though, right? Because anybody who's serious about being a YouTube content creator, like, when you go beyond the 500 subs to be like a participant in an event, and you still keep working your butt off for it.
What Tom Anderson writes.
But
you're not going to read it.
So Tom,
I'm going to read it.
I'll read it. Tom says most of the other people that are live streaming, if you scroll between lives, aren't very interesting, and some of them are absolute freaks. Well, some people like we got to just be who we are, right? So that's good. They're just doing their thing. And if you do your thing unapologetically, you'll find your people. You'll find your audience. So you're not their audience, Tom, and that's okay, right? We're not everybody's cup of tea, I would think, right?
But Carafano's been cooking cheeseburgers on a grill. Man, that sounds good.
We need to get the grill fired up.
I did
get it fired up once, but I haven't even been buying much food for the grill just because I haven't felt like using it. Only 3 minutes late? Oh, that's okay, Patrick Sullivan. We're glad you're here. We haven't done anything yet, but you've known me for a while. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, right? But
We're all like that.
yeah, don't try and be. Really don't try and be. Being fake, I think, is the worst because a lot of people perceive that, and it just doesn't. You got to be. You know what? Sometimes I think we tone ourselves down because we don't want to discourage YouTube from promoting our channel. We sort of are careful about what we talk. Like there's some topics that we don't talk about because it's just bad business, you know. And so like it can be tough to just be yourself, do your
It
thing.
could be like
We pretty much
24-hour news networks where it's all arguments all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that.
I don't even want to do that.
I don't want to.
I have no ambition to do that. Although there can be a lot of money in that.
I
You know,
guess.
If you like
I think
that.
they've lost a lot of their audience because they come to places that are more pleasant.
Well, it's like the AI channels, right? They clickbait you in with a flashy thing and a really wild topic, but you only want to watch it maybe once or twice, and then it's like you don't watch for long because it's exactly what you expect it to be, and then or you get those people. The worst is the people that drag on and on about
Patrick
a topic.
Sullivan says, "Damn, did I kill the chat?" No.
It froze.
No.
Everybody just kind of said hello, and then they were listening to my engrossing monologue. Kim with the monologue.
Look what's behind us. There's a table there where I was doing shorts, and we left partway through. It was too late, and we said, that's it, and we left. So I got the anti-seize one done, which I haven't put up yet, but I've got another set of bottles there that I've got to do a short. And then we've got a mission we're on tonight. So should I explain what that is?
We're on a mission. Let me put my sunglasses on. We're on a mission from God.
We're on a couple of missions here. There's one that Kim's got there, but that isn't first. I'm saying money isn't everything, and my self-respect doesn't have a price on it if I don't like what I'm watching. I don't watch it. Very simple. So what Kim
That's
has
the great thing about YouTube, right? It's not like it used to be with broadcast television. You had 4 or 6 or maybe 8 channels, and like you watched the thing you liked best out of those 8 if you were in viewing time.
When I grew up, there were 2 channels, and later on there were 3 channels.
Like you have an unlimited number of channels, and you can watch all the reruns from the last 10 years on YouTube. Like
Luis says, "Hello everyone, I'm here. I'm so happy."
Welcome, Luis. Glad you made it in.
You know what I just felt?
Nippendenso alternator. Is this a Nippendenso? Is that what that means?
Does it say that? Oh, it does. It's in the case. It's stamped into the case.
Why, thank you.
So
Patrick, you get 2 points for knowing this is a Nippendenso.
It's going to go on an earlier Chrysler product. When she got that, I said, "Oh, that certainly doesn't look like a Chrysler product." And she goes, "They all look like this now." I said, "Well, all the Chrysler products that I know about they have the old one that, you know how Chrysler alternator looks a real short, and they got all the vents and everything, and it came out, what, in 1960? So that's the one I know.
So this is an alternator for an early Magnum engine. V8 Magnum style engine. And there's something special about it that you wouldn't typically see on the Magnums. You know, they made the Magnum up until like 2001, and then they changed to a 4.7, and it's really not the same engine, right? But there's something different about it. You would have caught it out here. I'll show you again. Obviously, it's not the standard size, shape of a, but this is the body style they went with for Magnum. But it's different in a very important way. And go ahead and tell me. If somebody knows why, I'll give you 5 whole points, because it's kind of, you got to be really thinking, and you have to know the magnums. You have to have done an alternator on a magnum. When I tell you, you'll be like, oh yeah, you'll get it right away. You will.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm a big dummy when it comes to things that are that new. If
yeah, you wouldn't.
1990 is that new?
You've never even, when I'm out there working on those trucks with the Magnum engines, you don't really even.
I'm lost.
You haven't even really done a whole lot. You helped me get the green truck running, but we didn't do anything with the alternator.
He says, guess what? Today I'm going rewatched Pocahontas on VHS from 1996. That movie was one of my favorites. Celebrate the 30th anniversary back in 1995. Patrick Sullivan says, internal regulator?
It does not have an internal regulator. It is this. It is a 2-wire field.
And then he says 1 wire?
It can be converted to. It's also not a 1-wire. It's neither of those things, Patrick. Those are both interesting guesses. Like, they're relevant to the kind of development of alternators, but no, this will work on the
180-degree mounts.
That is a big part of it. The later Magnums, they have bolts, like 4 bolts that mount it down, and that's because they don't have an adjustment. But
it's done the adjustments with a.
That's the giveaway.
Okay,
Why does it have 180-degree mounts? There's some things about it that you wouldn't normally see on a Magnum engine. Yep. You're gonna see it now. It's gonna does have the 180-degree mounts. So it has the.
Okay. I know what that means. I didn't understand what that meant.
Yep. And that leads right into it, Patrick Sullivan. The very last piece of the puzzle, the thing that I was trying to get out, the thing that makes it possible for me to use it on my Slant 6. That otherwise I couldn't just go to a wrecking yard and pull the alternator off a standard Magnum engine, because I'd run into a real problem that this alternator does not cause me.
Under intake. Oh, I hope not.
That's right. Buddy Carfano got it. Patrick tried so hard, but Buddy snuck in and for the steal. Buddy. This is for a Magnum engine, but it is a very early Magnum engine, and it has the LA style pulley. 90 through 93, this may have been an option. And then they went to the serpentine belt, and then you didn't need these mounts because the serpentine belt has a tensioner. So this mounted solid. Patrick's like, damn! You were so close, Patrick. I thought you were going to get it right away. And everybody else was just, listen, we need to do short on this puppy.
Sounds like you need to do a short on that.
Yeah.
I should go buffed out Campo here, except with Kim tonight. Or except with Kim this time, or something like that.
So I was able to get this. Alternator. I think it's a 90 amp alternator, because it's a little bit like deeper. I don't know. It might hit the ignition coil. I might have to relocate the coil a little bit. I will have to change. Actually, if I just ground one of these, I can use the existing voltage regulator. I was watching a video about Chrysler charging systems, and I think it's 90, buddy.
Man, I remember
instead of the factory 20.
My old Ford days, the best alternator you could get was a 55 amp, and that's what was on the police cars or some towing packages. And I always used to get those, and man, a lot of times I was running right on the edge. You can't keep up with it. And she told me that's 90s. Wish I had that back in the day.
And it was $70 off of eBay, and with shipping and tax or whatever, it was like $83. And you can get, and it's nice. Like the bearings are good. It's tagged as it's remanufactured in Mexico. I can live with Mexico. Yeah, it's not even China. It's Mexico.
It's from North America.
Probably of Chinese parts, but that's okay.
As long as it works.
I mean, it's going to be a significant upgrade from the very anemic alternator that's on that Dart.
He says tomorrow, Simon Fordman is going to fix a '69 Dodge Charger.
Nice. We probably will never get a '69 Dodge Charger because of the cost. It's very expensive to buy. Even a used one is probably close to $4,000 in terrible shape. With no floors, with no motor, just a roller. You know what I mean? Like you. So
look what Heaven's Mopars gets.
Yeah, pieces of them.
He gets pieces of bodies and puts them together. He still pays a lot for it. And he makes a car out of chunks.
So then you invest all the time. Every part you buy is hyperinflated in price. And then when you're done, you have to try and insure it. Then you have to insure it. And you cannot park it in a driveway. You have to have a carport at least, because you have to protect it. Anything that valuable, right now, if I owned something that valuable in my life, I'd have to sell it so that I could fund other things in my life. Like it's out of my, it's outside my pay grade. That's why we're working on 4-door Dodge Dart, because we still get the Mopar experience. We still get to experiment and learn and teach and entertain, but we don't have the massive overhead. And even that is not terribly cheap. Working on classic cars has a cost. Buddy put a 250 amp alternator in his Buick for his stereo system. Wow, buddy. Does it need that? How much? Wow.
I got a friend out in Arizona that builds speakers. Yeah. And you can imagine.
You got the big capacitors in it, so it doesn't fizzle out when it bottoms and stuff?
It's in a little Mini Cooper. And he's always going around tightening up nuts and bolts all over the body because they loosen themselves.
I'll bet they do.
I said, you know what you need to do? Well, see, he's an aircraft guy like me. So I said, you need to safety wire all this stuff, you know.
Hey, Mexican
Specs here. Good evening. How you doing?
Hey, where were you at earlier, Mexican Spec? Who else is streaming out there? Or were you just resting, and now we made you put you to work? I'm just curious.
I'm about to make the first announcement again because there's a lot more people here.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Just because I took Kim in to the doctor this morning, and I said some injections in her neck, and she corrected me and said, no, one big injection in her neck. And then I drove her back home, and she started to make some fish. She was hungry. She got in bed, waited for the fish to cook, and she was out. They gave her something to put her out, and it worked. So
yeah, they gave me something to numb me because it's a big needle, and they're shooting it in my spine.
So when the fish was done, I just put it in the refrigerator so we could have it later. So she slept. I didn't sleep at all last night. I got myself worked into this working up, being up all night, sleeping in the day. So today I had to be up during the day, and I didn't sleep all night. So after we got done with the whole doctor's thing, I pooped out for a while and got a little sleep. So I'm feeling pretty good. Kim says she's feeling good.
I'm okay, but I don't think I can do the spiral where I just like go around and around and around and work on something just yet. Like we can work on something, but we have to be kind of careful.
So the two projects we have are, we could pull your car in here and start messing with the alternator, but we have another project first.
We have a little woodworking project.
We have a little woodworking project. Yeah, where's Olive? She's a woodworker. We've got another woodworker in here too. I don't know, but this is like This is industrial work, not fine work.
I mean,
we're not building cabinets here. We've got to build a little pallet
it's an
with casters on it.
ultra beginner woodworking project. Super easy.
Yeah, so, yeah. Main Street Mopar. Louis says, like a 71 Chevy Impala. That's a big car. You guys know this isn't Saturday, right?
Well, I think
I think your appointment was on Thursday. So this is Thursday.
right. It isn't Saturday, but if you look at our history, we generally do a live on Thursday,
Well,
and we do a live on Saturday.
We actually, as of a couple of weeks ago, because we're looking at the views and how these lives go and everything, instead of just randomly doing the ones at the shop, we try to make it Thursday and Saturday and try to have some consistency. So, I don't know, we made that decision maybe, 2 weeks ago? So,
it's not a hard and fast rule. Like, if we find something else is working better, we're going to do that instead. And if we find it's something else that we have life stuff that comes, like I told him, he said, well, what time do you want to start tonight? Are you going to be able to stream? Like, I have no idea. They're doing injections in my neck and they're giving me medicine I have no control over.
So what I did was I put up the live and I told her, if you're feeling bad and you just need to sleep or rest or something, I'll come up here and do the live. And I said,
when you told me at 8, you were like, hey, it's time to start getting ready if you're going to do the live. And I was like, oh my gosh. Because I was completely asleep.
You were so confused when I said that.
I didn't even know what day it was.
You didn't know what I was talking about. Well, they give you Valiant or something, so you calm down after this injection.
Because they don't want you to, when they jab you in the spine, they don't want you to leap off the table by reflex.
Do they numb that at all, or do they just give you the Valiant?
They did some kind of numbing, but they didn't make me wait very long. I don't know how long I was back there, but he put some numbing stuff in there, and it seemed like almost immediately he was ready.
Like Carpal says, hope the wood project doesn't take 7.5 hours. I told Kim that's what we're doing tonight is that wood project. She goes, that only takes 15 minutes. I said, yeah, kind of like putting an exhaust manifold gasket on. So
Mexican Spec, he's repeating himself. He mentioned up here that he thinks your car sounds really good.
I missed that.
Because we put out the video of the first start,
we did.
I kind of got down there by the bumper so you could hear. And
that sounded. You got the exhaust sound out the back. I didn't even notice that when I first looked at that video, and I was trying to see what happens. Is she'll do a video and get it edited down to because she's got all this little video shots. So she'll edit it down to something, but then I'll do a thumbnail and get it put up. Well, I quickly listened to that video and grabbed a thumbnail and put it up, but I didn't really notice that till after it was up, and I watched it. After it's up, I always watch the whole thing to make sure that I didn't screw something up.
It doesn't get all glitchy.
And that's when I heard that exhaust go blah, 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 blah. Oh, that sounds.
Kim, did you watch that video you put out?
Oh, which one is that?
All the way through?
Oh.
Yeah, I thought I did.
She does the editing. She probably watches it through so many times, she gets burned out on it.
Oh.
Because
by the time I'm done editing some of those videos, I never want to see them again.
Like a 25
I'll watch them again,
25-minute video might take her 8 or 10 hours
sometimes
to edit it. And so I've done that. I dislike editing so much. I would rather do 2 or 3 takes of a straight through video than edit. I strongly dislike it, but Kim seems to get into it, so she does that.
Louise, congratulations on 770 subscribers. That's impressive. It is not easy to get to
1,000, and then you need 4,000 hours, and then you can ask to be monetized, and then you'll make like a few pennies. But at least you're going positive, and then as you grow, it'll start to become a little more money. We haven't got to that point where it's a lot more money. wish it
Billy
were.
Garage loves
I
editing.
wish it were.
Well, if you would like to edit some videos, I can send you hours and hours of the most boring footage you ever seen, and you could try and make it into something.
When I first started,
comprehensive.
when I first started doing shorts, I'd spend 2 or 3 hours editing a short. And what I learned, what I
1 minute short.
What I learned was,
he never wants to edit again.
Get it in one take. If you don't like the take, do a second one, do a third one, do a fourth one, and then just use the best one. But that's how much I dislike editing.
I mean, it's faster to just take 10 minutes and record 4 versions of a 1 minute video than it is to edit something. And it's more like you don't break eye contact. You just really try. Send it. That's right. Grease Billy Garage. Send it.
And there's something to me about it's more genuine when I do that.
Yeah.
Rather than hacking it all up.
It does. It holds up stronger when you start to finish one take. Mexican Spec says I would not have left that last comment in the video. What? Where I told him not to get out of the car? Where I told him to stop?
Oh.
You said I could direct.
She put stuff in at the end that it's like, I don't know if they're bloopers or like just stuff that happens.
Outtakes.
Yeah, outtakes that normally wouldn't be in the video. And I looked at it and I thought, I just laughed at it. I thought, yeah, at the time I wasn't laughing, but, I got to laugh at myself.
In hindsight, it's funny.
I got to laugh at myself sometimes.
Because, we were trying to record, and he doesn't know what I'm going to have to do in the editing table.
She's thinking what she's going to do, and I'm clueless, and she goes, stop. It's like, okay, I just stopped talking. But she wanted me to
stop. He gave me the biggest eye roll you ever saw in your life.
Just like,
disrespectful. I am the director. You want to do as I say.
And the thing is, when she does that, I just got to trust her because I know
It was mean. I'm a mean person.
How old am I right now? Right now, Kim. Oh, my God. This is going to be like John Wilburn where he knows how many minutes and how many seconds. I only know by the year. I'd have to start doing math. I'm 71. I was going to say in Spanish why, but I can't remember. So it was going to come out Pachimu, which is Russian. I try to speak Spanish and Russian words come out. That's terrible. I've done it before.
Sometimes when I do a lot of the video editing and compiling, right? And it's across multiple days, right? So I have to tell a story. I have to try and pull people in, right? And so he's telling me about the window, but he doesn't show me the window. And now he's going to go off and do something else. And if I don't say something right now...
See, Patrick Sullivan liked it. I got to laugh. From that you even know what stop means. I'm going to ask Mexican Spec to do something. Luis has a channel with some trying to get some subs. Can you put up a link to his channel, please?
Yeah, he's always in here being respectful.
Hell yeah, I bet I'm not subbed. I might be.
It's a Spanish-speaking channel, so there might be...
Oh, that's good, because then I'll learn some Spanish.
Okay, there you go. He'll watch it.
Yeah, so
Main Street Mopar's at 414. You're gonna get that 500. You got it. Just make some shorts, make a couple of videos about your progress. I mean, work on your project and then tell us what you did, and you'll get your 500. It's tough in the summertime. You grow slowest in the summertime. So
Buddy Carfano says, Buff, so old when God said, let there be light, he threw the switch. You know what? I worked with a guy out at the test site. We had to deploy to bad places in the world. And this guy did a lot of deployments. And he was home. He was working at the test site for a little bit. And there was a rock about this big sitting on his bench with a black marker pen. He'd written 1 on it. And I kept seeing that there. And I said to him, finally, I go, Jeff, what's that rock for? He goes, oh, that's my Social Security card. So that's how old he was. He was 2 years older than me. Okay, we got a clicker here. I got to click on this, which means I'm going to.
It's up. It's coming up.
It's coming up. And.
Okay, hold on.
Why?
Oh no, go ahead. You can do that. But
don't push. Okay, now you can take over.
Taking over. We can do.
Oh.
Scene 4.
Start doing the tricky stuff. Okay, so there he is.
Yep.
So that's where you need to go when you click on that link. That's what you'll get. You see right there, you can't see where I'm pointing, but you can see I just subscribed. You can see it says subscribe with the bell. So, okay, I want to.
It makes a lot of moves.
I want to get back to ours because we're in some other place. But
all right, I just was just showing.
Okay, can't we get rid of that so it's not sitting there in the background?
We absolutely can.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, there. Because we get too much going on this computer. This computer is pretty good, but I know if we overload it, it's going to get mad. So, who else was in here just a minute again? Mean Street Mopar. Let's see the darn Mean Street Mopar. I just saw something about that.
Josh Hellman's here. Welcome to the stream.
I've lost my way in the chat. Okay, Josh Hellman, how you doing? Okay, I guess we got to scroll back a little bit.
Tom Anderson's going to learn to speak Spanish so we can talk to the people at the dairy farms. That's very respectful. That's the way to do it.
I spent so much time learning to speak Russian, and I already had a lot of background in Spanish from school and from living in Central California, but I never used it, and the Russian I used. So now when I hear a foreign language, man, those Russian words come out. Like I really got to think about Spanish, and sadly, Russian doesn't do me any good right now. So, and Spanish would.
Miss One-Eyed Cat is here. Just got back from the ATM.
Okay, let's see. What did Mexican specs? Okay, you know they're only. I'm trying to find. I saw something here. Who was it just said? Was it Mean Street Mopar was saying he had how many subs? Who just said they had so many subs?
404.
Who was that?
414. Mean Street Mopar.
Okay, Mexican Spec, can you put up Mean Street Mopar's a link to his channel as well? And
I just watched a couple of your shorts.
let's see. You need to know Russian if you live in Washington or Oregon. Really? Man, I originally started learning Russian back when I was in the Air Force, and I was interested in the opposition's aircraft, you know, and I wanted to read all about them and everything, and I just started taking Russian for the fun of it. Spent most of the time when I feel gringo, I know they're talking about me. Let's see. Oh, here we go. It just popped up, so we'll do it again. Let's see if I am subscribed to Mean Street Mopar. Oh, yes, I know this channel. Sure.
Oh, yeah, he's been working on his Dodge Diplomats. I was watching.
So, I am already subbed, but maybe some other people can sub that haven't subbed. And Mexican Spec, of course. You can put up a link to yours as well. This is One-Eyed Cat. I hate it when people come in to work that can't speak English. You know, I try to accommodate them, and that's what I feel kind of bad about not speaking Spanish. Of course, you're way out in the East Coast, but, you know, if you live in Southern California, and I lived in Southern California, or Central California, and very southwestern tip of Arizona, this far from Mexico, man, having some knowledge in Spanish was very helpful. So
I am very tolerant.
I felt bad sometimes that I couldn't. But, you know, when you live on the border like that, a lot of people that are Mexican, Hispanic, we had a lot of people there from Puerto Rico as well. And most of them spoke both languages quite well. And I kind of wish I was able to do that.
I am more upset. Not by the people who speak Spanish, but don't speak much English. I'm more upset by the people who don't speak any other language. They only speak English, and they can't speak English. That makes me crazy. And in the South, there's a lot of that.
I hear
People who mumble.
People, see, she's from Pittsburgh. People in the South have a whole different cadence to the English language. It's slow.
No. There's plenty of people in the South who speak perfectly clear English with a Southern accent. It is not the accent. It's like the sloppy, misdirected, like, hello, I'm over here. Or, okay, where's your phone? Give me your phone so I can use it as an example. There's these people. They call me on the phone. They want to talk. They're blah, blah, blah. They're going on and on and on. And I got my phone like this. I'm like jamming my phone into my brain because I cannot hear what they're saying. I keep going, what? Can you repeat? And they're blah, 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 blah. I see them in person and they're on their phone. They're talking like this. The phone's down here. You see how it is? The phone's down here. The speaker's down here.
The speaker or the microphone?
Whatever. And their mouth is up here. I can't hear. The sound doesn't come out the side of your neck. It makes me effing crazy. I'm just like, I can't talk. You're going to have to text me.
So Josh Holmes says, no, I don't hate them, but I asked them to learn English. And, you know, if you live in the U.S., you probably should learn some English. It sure make your life easier.
Yeah, and it make everybody's life easier.
That's why I learned when I went to Russia. I don't speak Russian well. It's probably on a 1 to 5. It's probably about a 3. I can't sit there and have a conversation, in-depth conversation with somebody. But if I'm in a store or a police officer talks to me or something, or their immigration, I can get through it without a lot of trouble. But I can't sit there and have an in-depth conversation with somebody. And then my father, he taught in a university. He was a professor at a university for a long time, the whole time I was a kid, and he retired kind of early. My mother wanted his attention, and when he became 55, earliest he could retire, retired. And you know what he did? He went out and got a volunteer job teaching English as a second language. She didn't have his attention again. But he did it as a volunteer for like 25 years. He taught mostly people from Mexico, but also a lot of Asian people, how to speak English. And they had classes, and he did that, you know, and actually his Spanish became very, very good because of all his teaching that he did, teaching English as second language. But he says, can't complain. Us Boston people have our own version of English. Yeah, you do. I got a friend that lives up north of you. Same town where Rich Rebuilds is from. So he's up there, but I knew him in California years ago. And but he moved back to Massachusetts with his parents when he was, I don't know, 14 or 15, something like that. So he's been in Massachusetts ever since. And he speaks like he's from Boston. Sometimes he and I will be laughing on the phone because he'll say something, but he understands California English too. So it's pretty funny. Tom Anderson, Kim, when people do that to me, talk very softly, not in the phone. I just hang up on them, make them call me back. You can just say, oh yeah, your phone call dropped. Oh man, Mexican friend, Luis, a friend. This is Mexican talking to Luis. A friend here lived in the U.S. for a long time and was sent back here 15 years ago. He only speaks English with me. When I see him, he has trouble remembering the words. This one-eyed cat, or press 1 for English on that phone call, and you get someone on the other end that can't understand. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, because they're probably from India or Pakistan or somewhere. You know, when I have people that are, they have call centers that are in other countries because it's cheap. I really dislike the ones from India and the ones from Middle Eastern countries. I strongly dislike it. But once in a while, I get somebody from the Philippines, and the Philippines, they speak. There's a couple languages they speak. They're Tagalog and maybe Cebuana, but the official language for anything official in the Philippines is English. but not everybody there speaks English. But the official language for documentation, government, and everything is English. So a lot of people in the Philippines speak English. But I'll get somebody on the phone right away. I know they're from the Philippines because I recognize the accent. And then I hear all the chickens in the background go, you go, because there's chickens everywhere. And it's like, oh yeah, are you in the Philippines? Yeah, how'd you know? I said, I don't know. I just guessed.
Guesser.
Guess.
Geoguesser.
Any auto auction rebuild fans? Man, Patrick's asking that.
I watch him every once in a while.
I have watched him once in a while. Mexican Spec says, my wife speaks English very well. She answers phones for an insurance company in California. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, how did she learn English? I thought you said one time she learned English from you. But no, I hear your wife on the video. She speaks English like what I'm used to hearing in Arizona or California. She speaks plenty good now. Kind of like a native speaker with maybe Hispanic accent a little bit, but not much. And you, of course, I've heard you speak. My guess is, Mexican Spec, you speak English. I bet you speak Spanish with an American accent. But I don't know for sure. And I bet in Mexico, not knowing this for sure, but I bet you when you travel around Mexico, there are different accents in Spanish that you might recognize from being one area or the other, like they're in the U.S., you know. If somebody's from Texas, you pick it right up, or Georgia, you pick it right up, or Massachusetts, you'll pick that right up. Kim's, oh, look at that. Does everybody remember this? Does everybody remember this thing? That.
Turn it right where your hand is. Show them that.
That is part of the body from the Spitfire, and a lot of the body was made like that.
I was about to throw it away. We're going to keep it till the next time we work on the Spitfire so we can show it again.
Patrick Sullivan says that was dirty as hell. What did I say?
Say something bad.
I don't know. Somebody said that's dirty as hell. I hope that wasn't directed at me. Let's see here. Luis says, well, except all the voice actors in animated movies and TV shows. He says, Tom Kenny was one of my favorite voice actors of all time. Patrick Sullivan, ESOR World Registered Auto Auction Rebuilds, LLC, and changed the name of his YouTube channel to that. Same guy blocked TK a little while back. It's a shit show. Which one is? TK, I thought you liked TK. I don't know which one you mean. I'm mixed up. Luis says, Tom Kenny is SpongeBob SquarePants. Man, I was like well into being an adult, like in my 50s or something, when SpongeBob came out. I thought that was just funny as hell.
Really?
Oh, it's just like, what a goofy thing, you know? It's just, and I look back, I remember my father, when the first Batman came on in 1968, 65, with all the pow, pow, whoop, boom, you remember all that stuff, the letters coming up. My father would sit there and just laugh and laugh and laugh. Well, I was 11 and my brother was 10, and we'd sit there and watch it with our eyes this big like it was real, you know, and I didn't understand why my father was laughing at it. You know, 40 years later, I see a Batman, and I'm thinking, yeah, it's pretty silly stuff. Oh, Patrick Sullivan says, not me, Buff. Okay. Josh says, all people have accents. That's right. The only English accent that people say is not an accent is what I call TV English. It's kind of what came out of the Hollywood crowd and kind of what's expected of you if you have the TV English. So I don't know what that is, you know, but for years and years, it didn't really matter where you're from. If you're on TV, you had to speak that. Mexican Spec says it's drama, Buff. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Don't worry about it. It's just
Stray Bullet says, if there can be a southern accent, there can be a California. Oh, yeah. And you know what's strange is, like, when I was in Ohio, just going from one area to Ohio to another, I hear a difference in the accent. If you're in New York City, My mother grew up in New York City, and she knew what area the city people were from. She'd hear somebody's accent. She'd go, they're from, like she didn't like them, you know. And she never had anything to say good about anybody that was from a different area of the city, you know. But if you're from anywhere from middle part of Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, everybody sounds the same, with the exception of some areas in LA, which, you know, like the Valley Girls and stuff like that. But it's like the same accent for a huge area of the country. And to me, that's, yeah, I hear it here now. I recognize the accent now. I did when I grew up there, of course. Mexican Spec says, we say the letters like the book taught. Other places change the sound of the letters. Like Buddy Carpano in Boston. Not a car, but a cough. Well, and it's like Tony, UTG, he grew up in New York City, and he'll say, what's he say? Cough, cough. I can't even pronounce it. Like he does coffee, something, I don't know. It sounds funny to me. But I know what he's saying. Dean Stevenson, Mrs. X, is picking me up from the cemetery. It's another date, but I'm late. I'm late. Run! Dean, I was teasing you the other day. I watched one of your videos where you were washing your lawnmower. And I know how you like music, and I bet you caught it. You just didn't respond to it, and I thought you would. I said, 'tis a clean machine. You didn't say anything. Surprised me. Because I actually knew the song that came from, which may have had another meaning. Louis says, my friend Simon was in Minnesota. Oh, yeah, Minnesota, with a round O's. Oh, hi, this isn't my blog on my other user ID, is it? Oops. I don't know, it says Dean Stevenson. Hey, tell her to hurry before one of those picks you up first. Mexican Spec says the Valley Girl crap was forced. I hated it in school. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. California, it was the same accent everywhere, but that little area where that was cool for girls to talk like that, that was different, you know. I might enjoy it. Slow down, darling, says Dean Stevenson. This one-eyed cat. I got an accent. I'm one of 17, and the only one that has it. Oh, that's right. You got a big family. See, when I talk to you in person, I don't notice it. And you know, a lot of that is me being in the military and being a military contractor for a huge portion of my life. So what happens is I don't hear accents too much anymore unless I think about it. I'll hear, like I say, like somebody in the Philippines, I'll notice it. And a lot of that is the chickens in the background. Yeah, I don't notice it so much anymore because I dealt with everybody from everywhere. Buddy Carafano, at least we didn't turn the Z into Z. I turned it into Z in the U.S. Straight bullet, in the Central California town that I grew up in, there was a lot of Okies from Oklahoma. An Okie from Muskogee. Let's see, I suspect that is the UK influence, which nobody should embrace. Dean Stevenson, I ignored you. Wow. What an ass I was. Actually, not was. I am an ass quite regularly. For the record, I know there are no ghosts in the cemetery. Oh, Olive is here. Hey, Olive, we're going to do woodwork tonight. I mentioned your name earlier because we're going to do some woodwork. And then I kind of laughed. I said, well, I almost hate to call it woodwork. It's kind of industrial. We're not building a cabinet or something. We're building a pallet. A pallet that we got to put some casters on. So that's not really woodwork. That's just putting a pallet together. My stepmom, who's in her 90s, has this big box in the garage, and she wants to be able to sweep in the garage and clean up around it. So she wants to be able to move this big box around, except she's in her 90s and she can't lift this box anymore. Or she tries to. And so we're going to build a little pallet with some casters on it so she can easily move it. And Actually, last time we were over there, we swept up for her a little bit, kind of help her. She might be here listening. She's got YouTube now on her TV, and she watches some of the things and I put up. I subbed her to our channel, and she was watching some of it. What are you looking at, Kim? What is that thing? It is a. Oh, this is just a.
It's a piercer for a refill bottle for
R134. Yeah, but this isn't the gauges. This is just some. This
It's
is
just
something. This is just a filler. You don't know what's going on with this. Well, you might know. You at least know what's going on the low side.
Well, I need to.
I mean, it's a good thing to have.
I need to top off my van. It works, but it doesn't work real good.
And then my car, we're going to have a problem because it has never been converted, and it's an R12 system.
We're going to have to buy a conversion kit so we can get the O-rings and stuff.
Oh, you got to get.
You got to get a different valve.
Yeah, different everything. Pain in the ass. I don't even know if you can still get conversion kits.
Oh, I'm sure you could still get conversion.
I wish we could still get R12. We'd have a good system, but
well,
I don't know. I guess
the problem with that is that if you have a leak, now you got to.
That whole bunch of nonsense, yeah.
Yeah, and then if you go somewhere with it, they can't have a service because they're going to want $1 zillion to touch your R12. It's just not. This
is one I said I get asked all the time if I'm from Jersey. I get asked all the time if I'm from Jersey. It's like, what was his name? All in the Family? Archie Bunker. He said, "Oh, Jersey." He hated people from Jersey. Jersey, don't move to Jersey.
You're a meathead.
Stray bullet. English is the second language in Australia. Tim says, I'm from Western PA. Everyone else has an accent. You know, that's something else. Western Pennsylvania, you sound different than you do from Eastern Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they do a lot.
By quite a bit. And I even noticed with Kim, there's things she says that when I lived in Sharon, Pennsylvania, which is about, I don't know what, an hour north of Pittsburgh, maybe less, I can tell the difference somebody from Pittsburgh compared to somebody from up there where I live. I notice differences. And I notice that Kim, well, now I don't because I've been around her so much, but she'll say things. It's like, what?
Yeah, Pittsburgh's pretty.
See, Mexican spec. My wife and I were in a fabric store. We were talking. There was a little girl that ran to her mother saying, English, English. I want to ask her how she knew it was English and not Italian. So Luis says, what are you doing? What are you going to fix? Oh, we're building a pallet, just a little pallet. Mexican spec R12 is hard to find even here. My local shop has it, so I got to drive all the way to Mexico to get my system filled up.
I mean, you can get it. It's just expensive. It's just.
This is one I kept. Says, yep, that looks like it's for an AC charger. Except I got a full set of gauges and everything. I do have a set of R134 gauges, so they're hiding out in a.
They're in. You know what? There's a bin.
They're in one of those bins around here somewhere.
And it's well marked, so we'll look around and find it.
It's just my vacuum pump is so worn out it won't pull a good vacuum anymore. So we'll borrow a vacuum pump from a parts store. They have them. You gotta pay for it, but then they credit you full when you take it back. Patrick Sullivan. Okay, he was. Let's see. What is this? Okay, he was the guy that came in Hoobie's garage and gave an estimate for the collection. Okay, who is this? I missed something. Mean Street. Oh, took it away. Let's see. Kim, I understand Kim perfectly. I understand Kim perfectly too. It's just once in a while she'll say something. This whole Ewan's thing. You know, I know what she means, but that just sounds so strange to me.
See, I grew up on TV English, which is California English. So I heard people use the Pittsburgh language stuff, but it sounded strange to me. I didn't adopt it as much as some people did. There's some people, they live in the hollers.
Hollers.
They talk like that.
Oh,
and then there's people who live in the city.
Very close to you is West Virginia. Man, there's a whole different thing there.
Well, So there is a merger of dialects that happens there, but it's a different merger than you'd find anywhere else because it's West Virginia, TV accent, and then it's wild stuff.
So Mexican Texas, Esser or Easter, I don't know what it is. World is in Chicago. Last I heard, he moved from Hawaii. There's another place. I spent a lot of time in Hawaii when I was in the Air Force, and there's an accent that's noticeably different. Real easy to understand. It's just different. And if you, like people say, Hawaii, in Hawaiian you pronounce every letter. And people that are not from Hawaii will go Hawaii, Hawaii. They just say it funny, So it's like Hawaii. They mess it up.
We're going to Hawaii.
So let's see. No, the R12 is for me and for my car stuff. Okay. Well, everything I have is R134. All my gauges, everything. I don't even know where my R12 gauges are anymore. So I am committed to changing the car over, not my system. And then trying to chase down the refrigerant. Tim says, no rain today. I was actually able to work on my truck. I'm losing my
Woo! Congratulations, Tim! Tim has been trying to work on that.
Dean says, I grew up on Jim Henson's Muppets.
Muppets are awesome.
Mexican Spec says, Tim, it has been raining every day in Mexico City and Guadalajara. That is going to make what I do fun. Humans. Oh, what's worse? Oh, what? Not just washcloth. Yeah, you're gonna wash the clothes. Yeah.
Well, when you're ready, wash the clothes.
Hippie says Central PA uses humans. I think that humans.
You hoover the carpets in that.
Hoover them.
Yeah.
Patrick says, I was licensed by the state to purchase R12 in the 90s. Just your SSN was all I needed to buy. Not trying years. When I had a shop, so I not only had to have the license for the R12, I had to have the license for the shop. I couldn't do it. I couldn't afford the equipment when I was in California when that whole thing hit before the rest of the country. There was no R134 yet. You just weren't allowed to use R12 unless you had the license and the license station. It's horrible. Raw Dog. Hello, Buffin Mexican. And Kim's back here in the background, too. Dina, the Hogs, Waga, aliens, pull the aliens head off. That's whatever that is. Luis says, I'm just watching cartoons, movies, and TV shows. Everybody's saying hi to everybody. Expect granted, when I bought the 82 Ford Carryall, it rained from when I picked it up all the way to the border, off and on. And when I took Kim to the doctor this morning, it was supposed to be nice, and it was pouring rain and lightning. It's like, man. She goes, I'm driving. I don't want you driving. It's okay. But then I had to be the one that drove her home.
Oh, by the time we were coming home, it was not a good idea for me to drive.
And it was the rain had stopped, but it was muggy. Man. Product says, I'm doing really good. It's been raining a lot, and we had 3 inches of rain in our basement. At my grandma's here in Antigua, Wisconsin. Antigua? I don't know. Antigua, Wisconsin. But, yeah, we have gutter issues. Kim's always on me about gutters because she goes, that's what saves the basement from getting wet. I'm like, oh.
It is.
I didn't know that.
That's why they are there. They keep the water away from the foundation.
Right, can't find any. Josh Holman, wash my clothes. Now you're sounding like my grandpa did. A water pump. See, and I think of a water pump as the thing on the front of an engine. Or I guess on the new cars on the side of an engine. It's actually a coolant pump. Water pump is like from 100 years ago. Let's see here. A 1982 Pontiac Quantico from the movie Smokey and the Bandit, Part 3. Dean Stevenson, J. Edgar Hoover.
No, it's named after the Hoover.
Oh, because of the Hoover. Yeah, I'm sure he knows. Because they do that in Europe, they call it the Hoover, or in England anyway, the Hoover. You're gonna Hoover the room instead of vacuum. But I guess we have a sump pump. It's not coming in anymore because it's not raining as hard. Still, last night we had a bunch of water in our basement.
I guess we have a sump pump? Who said that?
That was Raw Dog. Man, this chat's going fast enough. I'm having a hard time keeping up. I'm sorry,
Raw Dog,
everybody.
fix that sump pump. Take the cover
he
off.
Says, he goes, it's not. They're not using it because I got the water out, not because the sump pump failed. Hippie long. Only water here is in cement rivers.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the aqueduct down through the middle of California. And Hippie Long is there. Says hello. Hello, Hippie Long. Police Sheriff Buford T. Justice. Oh yeah. What was that movie? Wasn't Buford T. Justice? What was the one? What was the movie? Somebody will get some points here. What was the movie that was from? Oh God, it was like 50 years ago. It was from a sheriff in Tennessee that was supposed to be a really good guy. He's a young guy, supposed to be a good guy. I saw that movie when I was in the military. I can't think of the name of that movie. Who is Debbie Thornberry? Anybody? Don't know who that is. I know what Little Debbie cakes are. Right, it rained bad 4 hours from here in Mazatlan. The streets were flooded. We got nothing. You live in a dry area. Well, that's what's good about your area. The cars aren't all rotten. Savo, mine are water pumps. I use rainwater with corrosion inhibitor. Don't want that gloopy glycol stuff coming up my cooling system. Hey, did you see, I don't know if any of you noticed, because I did talk about it on that big long live we had. I filled, well, Kim drained all the coolant out of the box. We drained every bit there was out of there. So I filled it with water and some anti-rust stuff because I don't want to have to drain it again at No Name Nationals. So I'm just running without coolant. But we'll have to put coolant in it before winter. We'll have to drain that stuff out with coolant. Tim's, it rained up in La Sierra Hills, so the rain flowed down to our dams. But I want my cars washed. Yeah, you just go out there and put some dish soap. Yeah, before Buford T. Justice. Andrew Buttons here, greeting. Hello. But Mexico is dealing with a hurricane possible form. Yeah, it was Pusser. What was his name? Was this Buford? Was he Pusser? It was Pusser. You're right. So that's Hippie Long gets some points there, or at least some half points.
Well, tell them how many.
What's this? Keep it G-rated, Buff. Yes, I know the pastries too, but it can be taken another way. Oh, what did I say? What did I say?
I don't know. Just keep going.
Tim, they've been putting Jackie Gleason's honeymooners. That's an old show. That was before I was born. Maybe it overlapped my life by a year or two, but I was too young to see it when it was first run. But yeah, I remember seeing those when I was a kid.
Wendy, we're not talking about or doing anything that's groundbreaking here. We're just having community time. So if you need to get some rest, thanks for being here. Just turn our asses off. You don't want to hear from us anymore.
Oh, Tim says on Me TV. See, that's something I get on my TV, but I just don't watch it much. I might watch that, except I don't. There's so much content on YouTube that I don't want to miss it. Oh, okay.
I worry
Patrick
about
Sullivan.
you watching a lot of old stuff because the problem is you start to get out of touch with the present.
With the new stuff.
You have to.
Thought he was Sheriff Buford T. Pusser. He could have been. But that was the very first time I saw a police car with blue lights on it. I thought that looked so cool. It was like, man, all police cars had red lights or red and amber lights. Man, I saw that with blue lights on it. I thought it looked so cool. And now, of course, a lot of departments have blue and red, and some, many, have blue only, which I kind of like. You can see them, and you know it's a police. Oh, cakes is another word for the buttocks. It's like huevos. There was a guy running around where I grew up with a Datsun 240Z, which was a new car at the time. His license number, California license plate, was huevos. We always thought that was funny, but whoever allowed that license plate to go through didn't understand it, didn't understand the connotation. Hippie long, I hate Google spell guessing. I had enter before that, right? Stupid. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but it gives you an excuse when you make a mistake.
See, Mexican spec says, my emergency light bars have red and amber. See, that's how Arizona was. Arizona was all police had red and amber. And in California, they had all red. And ambulances had red and amber when I was there. But then, while I was in California, they switched to red and blue. And a lot of states have gone to all blue. Like here in Tennessee. The sheriff's office here has red and blue, but everybody else has just blue. Steve Edwards, have you been watching my channel lately? No, I haven't. It's probably been a week since I watched. And so, yeah, I need to do that. I probably missed some good stuff. I did notice you had something up there you were working on. It was a 23-channel radio, and I didn't watch it. Although so much of my life was with 23-channel radios. I don't know why I didn't just click right onto that. Yeah, hippie long. Yeah, I understand that. The huevos, which he spells wrong.
Pit's ears. He says, salutation, knuckleheads.
Huevos.
That
Yeah.
means hello, friends.
Mickey, Mexican spec spelled it right. But that's all right. I understood it.
Can we give Steve Edwards his boat anchor?
Oh yeah, Mexican spec. Can you put up a link to
Boat anchor CB
boat
radio?
anchor CB radio? I think is what it's called. And
for anybody who's interested in Steve making repairs to CB radios.
Yeah, he'll do lives and stuff where he'll sit right there and do the repair right while you're watching. And I kind of like watching that.
He seems like a really good guy, and he's a friend of the channel.
And I bought a radio from him that I still haven't got installed because
haven't even touched.
Because
I know, because we have a million things to do.
When the car doesn't run, I'm not going to put a CB radio on. I'm going to make the car run.
Yeah.
So now we're up to the point to do the fun stuff.
No, we're not.
So
we still have to do
Pit Snipes here. So
the
good
steering.
Evening, yeah, the steering. Steering's
the
important.
Air conditioning.
Steering is important. She thinks air conditioning.
When it's 100 degrees out and we're going to try and make it the vehicle that we actually drive around,
she wants AC.
Because air conditioning doesn't work in the Jeep, and air conditioning in my van is it's on its last. I'm starting to think maybe the compressor's not working real well.
I do have colored lights in the Studebaker.
Woo, woo!
They're amber. I know they don't look very amber there, but they are. But I don't know why people would want red and blue there. Look like I've got police in here.
Yeah.
I thought about putting like amber and green just so it's different. And I noticed I went to Ohio. When was it? It was in 22 when I went up there and worked for 3 months in Ohio. I noticed they've gone to amber and green on all the road crews that are out there working on the highways and stuff. They have amber and green, and they used to only have amber. That's the only place I've seen that. Maybe they do that somewhere else. The only other place I'd ever seen green was a few states had it on some what do they call those people? Fish and game, stuff like that. But I haven't seen it much. I always thought it would be a good thing to have out the runway on an airport because it would just be one more color to, you know, if you just have amber light with like one thing spinning like that with a vehicle on a runway, I don't want to ever miss that clobber vehicle on the runway. Especially like on an instant approach, you pop out of the clouds and, you know, something on the runway. That's horrible. That happened in Mexico. So crew lined up on the wrong runway, and when they popped out of the clouds are really low. They clobbered a truck out on the runway, killed that guy, and then they lost control of the airplane and did a big old turn and went into a terminal. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Not many people in the terminal, but killed a bunch of people. Okay, let's see here. Boat anchor. Let's see if we got boat anchor. What do we got here? Yeah, boat anchor, and I am subscribed.
Hold on, don't do nothing.
Don't do nothing. Okay. Kim, grab control.
Do you need to see this? Little notification.
What is this? What are you doing?
Right here.
I see that. I see that.
We're on your channel. So, if I click this away, you won't get a notification inside.
What am I getting a notification? Just click the X. Oh. Okay, whatever.
What?
Oh, you're going to bring it up. She's going to bring up boat anchors. See, boat anchors. See, there, I just watched that one with the Corvette.
That's from a month ago.
All right, so I didn't watch many. Well, don't be.
I'm just showing what kind of videos he's put up lately.
Okay.
Different kinds of radios. He's working on them. The Centurion there, the Cobra. If you had a radio, he could probably fix it. If you were looking to buy a radio, he could probably build you one. You tell him what you're looking for.
He's got a lot of radios. Yep.
Uh-huh.
And I see a really good one right there. That Cobra 2000 GTL.
Yeah.
That's a great radio, but he probably wants more money than for the other radios. Oh, that Cobra base station. My dad had that one, says Mexican spec. Those are great radios. Okay.
I don't even know if they could see that. Sorry.
Okay, we don't know if you were looking at that or not.
It's the way I have it set up here. We only have one screen, so I can't see what you see while we're scrolling. So I probably
well, I'm sure they did because Mexican Spec said he could see the Cobra base station.
I could do it better if we were in the studio.
Yeah, we're not in the studio, so we don't have the instant.
I think next time, if we're not going to work on anything, we should just stream from the studio.
He says, I love that. I love radio. Okay, so raw passenger without one. Hi. Stray bullet. I have 8-track equipment. Mexican. Okay, so we're gonna work on stuff here. Kim, what do you want me to do? Oh, those are big ass casters. Okay.
I mean, they'll.
So we need a very low.
We have a bunch of those, so we're just going to use them.
Very low pallet.
Why?
It doesn't need to be, because a pallet's normally made so a forklift goes in it. This is never going to have a forklift in it. So we just need like a platform to roll around.
I agree with that, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to not pay attention to the, oh, you already put the anti-seat somewhere.
Yeah.
Where'd you put it?
I don't know.
I see. It's over there in the box. No, I want to know where it is, so when I go to get it, I know where it is. Okay, I got to move this stuff out of the way because this is for a short I haven't done yet.
Yeah.
So everybody got a preview on the short that I haven't done yet. It's sitting there. But now we have this table to build our thing I call the pallet, which is really more of a platform. So Kim, what do you want me to cut? What do you want me to do? What do you want to cut? What do we do? Take the stuff out here, use this for a workbench, and cut up here. Then everybody can see it's cut. We got washers, we got screws, we got our tablecloth. I'm setting these washers here.
All right.
I'm setting the tablecloth up here. Man, I'm already all sweaty. What is the temperature in here?
Well,
it's come down 2 degrees. It's 86.
We need not really a pallet. We're not going to be forklifting it around. We just need a little cart that we can set a box that, because it's the insert for their gas log for their fireplace. They don't want it hooked up, and then they took it out of the fireplace. I don't know why it can't just sit in the fireplace. Oh, no, they put an electric one in there. But they don't want to get rid of it, so it's in the garage. But it's incredibly heavy, so they want it to be on rollers so they can move it around. I don't know. When somebody who's 91 asks you to do something, you just say okay, you know? But it's got to be the size of the box. So like it's 20 by 20 or 25, but whatever size it is, he knows. So we're just going to make a platform, and we're going to put casters on it so it can roll in a column. We'll be good. It's like a super quick thing that we should have already had done 45 minutes ago so we could get working on the cars. But talking to people is like, sort of really important when you're streaming. So that actually takes precedence. So that's why we're not like super efficient. But if you didn't notice, I was walking around. I found some screws that I think will work. I found the lumber that I think will work, and stuff like that. So we should have everything.
Yeah.
I was thinking that we could build this with 2x4s instead of that 2x10.
2x10?
The one you brought out, I thought was a 2x.
I thought it was a 2x6, maybe a 2x8.
No, because those are 2x6s there.
So it may have been a 2x8 that I brought up. I just grabbed a piece of wood that was there.
I'm pretty sure it was a piece of 2x10.
It could have been.
Because 2x10 is only actually like 2x9. No, not 9.5. It's 2 by like 8 3/4. It's a 2x10.
Really?
They trim them down so much now. There's no such thing as a 2x10. You got to buy a 2x12 and shave a 1/4 inch off of it. It's a 2x10.
Okay, that's plugged in with I'll even say it, shitty American electrical plugs. You go to England, you find out what good electrical plugs are.
That looks like a loud. It's a loud machine.
Blue Grit's here. Blue Grit asked me a question in one of our shorts, one of our videos, or something, and I don't remember what he asked me, and I wanted to answer him. I was serious AMFA putting it in a 67 Mustang so we can hear Journey and Kilowatt at the No Name Notch. Woohoo! An 8-track. What did you ask me? Blue Grit, you asked me a question. I don't think I answered it there.
I saw Blue Grit. They're doing shorts. I saw him do, I think, 2 different shorts. One, he was using some kind of dope to seal the gas tank down, and then the other one was using a magnet to hold the bolts down so he could work underneath the car. Good work getting them shorts out.
I'm trying to do 2 a day now.
Stu, who's watching the kids? Angelica. Angelica's always watching the kids. That's her job. I broke one of those Harbor Freight dollies with a 396. Andrew, I think a 396 is kind of big for a dolly.
I think a Chevy 4-cylinder is kind of big for one of those. But you got to see, I have one of those. I have one of those, and you know what? Just like everything else, I can't leave it stock. This is what I did to my Harbor Freight. And there's holes drilled here, and I have 2 of these, and they were so I could push around the 12-foot table. Did the job, but barely. So now we have these big, long things that won't carry much weight.
They're really good for moving awkward stuff around.
They're huge compared to what they were. I extended them. Kim, what do you have in mind here? I don't want to just start cutting before I know. Then you're going to get mad because I didn't cut right.
Well,
What I'm thinking is
I think we're mostly on the same page. Is just make a platform.
This. Oh, we got a bunch of this, but it's at the house.
Yeah.
So that's treated wood.
We have that too.
Yeah, I don't want. That's something I want to keep around because we use it so much.
Okay.
That flat wood there, that stuff is treated. So I guess it's in her garage. What is the disadvantage to having a piece of treated wood in the garage?
None.
Okay, so let's just say we take 2 of these. Let me give me a measuring tape. See how much we have. Check it correct.
How long and wide are we supposed to make this?
Well, I figured, and I'm losing my voice. I figured 20 inches was pretty much the minimum.
Okay. You want to make it 21?
So we could make
22?
like 21, it'd be fine. This is 48. So we could go, yeah, and this is kind of curved and messed up on this end. So we could do 2 21s, 42 inches, which come up to, that gets into the bad part, but not too far. That'll work. So we put 2 of those.
Yeah.
Then we'll put casters on. Oh, we'll have to mount them this way, which will still be plenty strong enough.
It will. It will.
And then we'll put
that
those,
box is not that.
and then we'll do like 21-inch pieces of this crosswise. How big is this thing? Anybody see me? Yeah, they can see me. So this is 72. This is 6 feet, and there's a bunch of them at the house. So one of us is gonna have to run down there and get a couple more.
More what?
These, or you bring some more up.
I don't know.
These are 5.5 inches. So, yeah, because that's not going to be enough to make the crosswise pieces. Unless, we could do it like a pallet where we only put like 3 of them across. Oh, that'd probably work. I was thinking completely filling it in, but why are you putting screws? Are you taking screws out?
I'm extracting.
Extracting. Okay.
Extract.
Let's see here. Pitt, I'm a coffee anytime guy too. Okay, I'm sorry, I completely lost track of the blue grid. Buff, we were dating ourselves. Oh yeah, about those arms that would swing out from a B-pillars, Volkswagens. Yeah, they were called semaphores. I think those were called semaphores.
Oh yeah, semaphore.
I remember those things on Volkswagens, but I think they were only on the imported ones. Well, I guess all Volkswagens are imported, but I mean ones that people brought in. Like I remember seeing them. Like when I was in the military, people who were stationed in Germany would buy a car there, and then the military would pay to have all their stuff moved when they got reassigned to another base. So the military would actually pay to have their vehicle moved. So I remember seeing a lot of cars on base, and they had green license plates. I've got a couple of them around here that said USA on them, and those were for cars that were on base that belonged to GIs. And then they'd come back and they'd leave those plates on long enough to get their car registered in a state. But I remember those things, and some of those cars had semaphores, and some of them were, they were cars that they bought in Germany or Japan or something. And so then they were actually the German version. Yeah, no worries, but we entertain ourselves just fine over here in the gutter.
In the gutter.
This is the gutter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is get a square, and I'll mark that so we can cut it.
I mean, if you're using the chop saw.
Well, I'm going to put a line. Just chop saw, make it straight, but it'd be nice to have a line. And then somewhere around here I have a pencil. Here's a pencil. And it's broken. Yeah, there's enough left. And then I set the tape measure down. Here we go. And we're going to do this. Unlike some people will not like this. We're going to do it in inches.
Inches?
This is going to be an SAE project.
Was that a metric box?
I mean, I could. I could. See, just to piss everybody off except a few people, I grab my metric tape measure.
Metric tape.
Here, look out. And we could make this
Metric
54 centimeters. What, 108? Where's the 108 come out? Right here.
It'll be okay. I'm going to see how the.
So it's going to be
I'm going to check on the troublemakers.
54 centimeters. Oh, there's going to be controversy now.
Metric. It is a metric tape.
Because this thing is built since 1977, obviously. It's way past 1977. And that's when the U.S. went metric. So, we're in the U.S. since 1977, so it's metric. Oh, I bet people aren't going to like this. Some people might like this. Stray bullet metric is inaccurate. How can it be inaccurate? Hippie long, haha, metric tape. Why not have a metric tape? Gene Stevenson turncoat. The Americans shed blood to bear it. Imperial. You go and use metrics. Disgusting. Okay. Tavo, 540 millimeters. Dressmakers use centimeter. Oh, yeah, millimeters. I could go by millimeters. You're right. 540 millimeters. Except those are little tiny things, and I'm doing something big. So.
I mean, this might as well be a dress.
Luis, what? A 1977 Pontiac Trans Am? Yes. 1977. General Motors was the first. See, they were supposed to do it from 1970 to 1980. Do the conversion during those 10 years. And they gave them 10 years because they knew there'd be some legacy things. Like they're not going to go change all the internals on an engine the first year.
They have to retool the entire factories. It was huge.
They're going to wait until they design a new engine, and it will be metric.
And they're waiting to see if they change their mind, like with tariffs or something.
They were 7 years late. GM in 1977, if you open up the hood on a 77 GM car, you will see blue bolts. They're kind of a bluish gray. They're about this color. They're about the same color as this tape. And you'll see bolts that are that color, and you'll see black bolts. And the ones that are the bluish gray color are metric, and the ones that are black are SAE. And they did that for a while until everything was converted over to metric, which took a while because, like I said, they're not going to redo a transmission just to put metric in it. But when they redesign the transmission, it'll be metric. So it took a few years to do that. They were probably finished by the mid-80s. So, yeah, Buddy Carafon of those metric blue bolts. That is right. So, hippie long, hell, break out the old folding measuring stick. I got one of those around here somewhere. My father gave me that, like, probably in the 50s. It was yellow in it, like this. Okay, Kim.
Yeah.
Can I cut?
I don't see why not.
Okay, I'm going to try to do this without... I'm going to make noise for a second. 540 millimeters. So, Tavo, 540 millimeters. Do it again. That's the wrong tape. That is some goofy inch stuff on it. Mexican Spec says we heard that. Here's an unusual metric SAE mix. Suzuki Vitara four-wheel drive made in Japan. SAE bolts on the transmission, which is supplied by Holden. Oh, I see. You know what's really weird is Europeans they go nuts. Any European people in here? You know, they'll give me hell every time I have to work with European because they say, you don't know our system, you won't be able to work on the metrics, all this. And but guess what? Airbus Industries, that builds all those airliners, A300s, A310s, A320s. You know the airliners. They are all SAE. They are all SAE. Pretty funny. You know why? Because AN hardware is SAE. What did I say? 540? Is that what I said? Measure twice, cut once. That is what I said. This is a big nasty board. Stay. Board's pivoting around. I don't know if I can cut something this wide on this saw. Maybe. I'll hold it. I'll hold this in so it doesn't fall. There's one. Dressmakers use centimeters. That's one thing I don't like is having something that's long. Having like 1,000,000 millimeters. Here we go again. Messed up. Kim's preparing something over there.
I'm just doing cleanup. It doesn't
Oh,
take.
you're doing cleanup. Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
You're over there building a miniature bike shed.
I'm over here
You don't need me super.
doing a metric pallet. Because the edges all screwed up. I missed something there. Okay, we have our pieces. We have our pieces. 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 That's like a big flat thing you eat. I'm gonna be in an Italian restaurant. The guy came over. He goes, tonight we have, I don't know, what do you have? Something Italian. And he goes, and we have pieces. I looked at him. Pieces of what? I was young and smart ass. But you know, pieces. All right.
That's when you say, apparently, I do not know. Here's, I do not even know.
Here's I was a young smartass. I knew what he meant. And I was with two of my friends, and they were worse smartasses than I was. Who will clean up the sawdust? You know what's really good about sawdust is the floor gets a little greasy, and when we sweep it around, it actually makes it cleaner. Okay, Kim. Yeah. This is how this goes. Yeah, where's the other? Oh, I set it over here. So we have a label. Okay. So we put this here, and then we got to screw this down.
I think it's a bad idea to stand 2x4s up.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm going the wrong way. We already made that decision. I already screwed it up.
Oh, what did you do? Cut it wrong?
No. I said we're gonna make it flat so we can put the.
The other thing we need to do, we need to set this on.
What's that for?
Just so it doesn't fall.
Oh, it's a bench. Okay. Okay.
All right, so.
What are you doing?
Just want to do just a rough layout. Throw these others on here. Let me see. The spaces aren't going to be very wide. That's pretty workable. Huh?
It's plenty good enough. I mean, we don't need to fill it all the way in.
Yeah.
We just need to. Oh yeah, she puts her box on this. Okay, now let me check this with SAE, just to make sure her box will fit. Because I didn't measure her box in metric. Yeah, that'll work. Her box will fit on that.
Okay. That. Make sure it's not.
What we got here?
Trash.
Mary Button, I was a young dumbass. At least that's what my high school teacher said. Mexican Spec says, is that surface flat? Dean Stevenson, Mises to pieces. Yeah, I hate those Mises to pieces. And the cat would run after him. What was that? That was Jinxie. The cat. Was that Jinxie the cat? I can hold this. Let's get these out of the way so you can get that one. I'll get this straight.
I want to do the middle one first because these at the end I have order to push on that. So if I get it bolted together.
I'm putting it on here. Okay, so I guess and you notice we have the metric side of the square. They can't see that, but I can see that.
I know you guys are intrigued by.
See, some of these videos go to Europe. They are going to be proud of us, or
they're going to tell us we did it.
We did it wrong. They're going to tell us that we're.
They're going to tell us that we should have been. That we're not making a dress.
We should have done it. We should have done. Yeah, you're not making a dress, and we should have done this like 50 years ago. We have a screw in. Two screws in.
Oh my gosh, you can count it.
You're gonna put three? Don't want this to fall apart. You know, I should have put some Gorilla Glue in there before we did this.
You should have. Oh shoot. I'll take them screws out.
Oh, this is just a trial fit. Okay, I will hold it. I'm holding it so it doesn't move out of square.
You're gonna sneeze?
Over that way. We'll finish this. We're going to drill these out. You're going to pick the threads out. Now that we know how to do that.
That's a good idea.
I'll let you do the alignment work because I'm sure it's better than mine.
Is it? Because you didn't build square airplanes?
The airplanes can't be square. They'd never fly. Yeah, but they do have, yeah, they have to be square. Ooh, we're off the edge. Okay, now like the wing has to be square to the fuselage. Unless, of course, it's a swept wing airplane.
Excessive language. Sometimes we use excessive.
Hey, hey. Got it halfway, or maybe halfway from the structure.
All right, now
just to show everybody, it's metric.
Oh, right. I don't think they really care.
I think it's funny.
Is it funny?
It's funny. Americans using metric. We don't know how to do that.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can't even put together a bike shed with metric.
Okay.
It's so important.
Just I decided to do that.
Oh, this is not. Yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
get
but
this
one screw and then it's close. One screw like down here and then pivot it. It's gotta be. Yeah, it's not quite that close. Okay, there. Put one screw and then we'll pivot it like this. Yeah, it's good. Here, take this up there, square that up.
Square that one up.
Move it down. You gotta move the piece of wood down there. The 2x4. Make it square. That's the wrong way, isn't it? Or maybe not. Okay. Now let me check this in. Because those might not be exactly the right way. I don't know, something here to do. Oh, not correct. Oh no, that is way off. It's still off. That's pretty darn close right there.
Okay.
I mean, this is not like super accurate stuff. It has to hold the cardboard box off before. It just has to look pretty good.
Where is this? Let's
It all looks good.
I need to split the difference. It's sticking out a half-inch over here.
So.
I just want to split the difference. Doesn't have to be perfect, just like you're saying, but I want it to be a little.
What is it?
Oh, we already got a screw.
You got to screw it. That's not going to split the difference. Why do it right when you do it twice? Okay. That's you got stuff sticking out here. Okay, let's check the squareness and see.
It's better on this side than it is down here. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well let's see if it's square because I don't know if it's really square. It does kind of look like it's square, doesn't it?
Check that side.
It's off a little.
How much? Which way's got to go?
Yeah, just so. Well, that's out. There, that's good enough. It's plenty good enough for what we're doing. It's good. Good.
High quality.
But that one was loose. So it should be. I don't think it's on.
Terrible.
Everybody's probably gone by now.
They're sick of us.
Just sitting there.
Fastest car I've driven is Coyote Power. Yeah, it seems like those coyotes. I was curious about coyotes and I clicked on one video about one and now I'm getting all the stuff.
Fastest I've been on the ground is probably ought to take the fifth on that. It's like 205 or something like that, 204. Oh, but that was knots. So figure that one out.
I was Fastest I've gone was 125 miles an hour in a 1999 Kia Sophia, and it was about 4 months old. But I was in Mexico.
I think it was 204 knots.
Well, that's the fastest I was ever going when I was driving.
But I'm it's not on the street.
What do you think?
It says moral authority. I think comedy shorts that all tie to the episode's theme, like Saturday Night Live skits. Okay, so that's done. So now we have to put. This really has a gap. This. Is that?
Well, I'll torque it down.
It's more torque. Maybe another one right here. So just put it.
Put another. Giving them away.
Charger.
It was free, but then we had to spend an extra screw. That's going to cost you 6 cents.
You know what she's doing? She's taking us out to dinner.
Oh, I am not doing another 11-hour visit. It's nice.
Oh no, we'll just.
That's more than I can handle. So if you want to do a long visit like that,
Let's see here. Next
I need
spec
to
says
take my
208 knots. I think it was 204 knots. I'm thinking it was like 1 knot under 205. It says I'm a fan of the 3800. Yeah, 239 miles an hour. Landing speed was quite a bit less. Landing speed was 160. It's less than that. Final 160. Touchdown is probably like a little under 150 knots. Oh. Okay, what's going to hold these here?
screws.
These are big holes.
We need washers.
Ah, washers. That's why you got the washers.
Because I'm not buying big,
No, I thought you were just going
big hardware.
I thought you were just going to drill holes in that. But washers is
I'm
easy.
buying $1 a piece hardware for a cardboard to total cardboard box.
Is this what you want? Big old washers like that?
Here's whatever washers you can find. There's some of these washers.
The screw will go.
Washers.
Screw will go to that washer.
Will it? Be sure. Double check. But yeah, you might be right.
I think I'm right.
Okay.
Let me grab a screw. Check. Ooh, that's close. It'll work.
These are free.
These big ones will work. Oh yeah, that's small. That'll work. That's got a small hole in it. Okay, Kim. What are we gonna do? Like just center them out here like this? You want to put them right out at the edge? I guess we'll put them right out on the edge. You have less chance of tipping over. Yeah, then just put like way out the edge. Okay.
Give it a little bit of like.
Little margin, like an 1/8 inch. Oh,
Well, make sure the
like 2
washer's not going to be off the side, but yeah.
2 millimeters. Okay.
Yeah, minor margin. I don't want to split the wood either, so.
Yeah, I understand that. You want to put one in? Well, right where it needs to go. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, that's a mistake. That washer will interfere. Okay, that will not interfere. Yeah, it has to be the smaller washers to keep it going off the edge. Okay. Oh yeah, that works. This one's got some kind of blue mung on it.
Yeah, just leave the mung up.
She says, leave the blue mung up.
Those are free washers from something that we recycled.
It says, I had a control cert from the Navy. All
put it
pneumatic
down.
electrical stuff. It was so over the moon. I don't know what all that is. Okay. Hold it. I'm shaking. No, I'm not. Proper location. I am now. I'm gonna let go since you still. We're doing 4. We're doing 2.
We should do at least 3.
Screws. Oh, you got this.
There's all the washers and screws and
No,
everything.
it's just like I thought they were down there. Different there.
Do this one because it's deep in the thing. I'm worried that if we put one out here, it's going to split anyways.
That's not good. Okay. Just push down a little and I'll let go. Okay. Got this.
A little rusty.
A little something.
It's fresh ammonia.
Get some.
Get some heavy stuff.
3 in 1.
That's pretty light.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not penetrating oil.
Put a little bit on
On the wheels too.
yeah, might as well make them nice. I even wire brushed the wheel itself. You know what? That wheel and this wheel are different diameters.
They are. Oh, they are.
Don't they look different? These two are one size. These two
Yeah.
are different
Okay. You want to
size.
see if you can find ones that match?
I think I should, yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'll rock or tip or
I
something.
think they're over. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the house. Talk to the chat for a minute. Sit down, talk to the chat.
There must be some sort of slant 6 Bonneville record, Andrew.
Let's sit down.
Could be long. Achieved top speed of 113. I'm trying to see what all this is about. I got to get my hands a little cleaner. I don't know where the cleaner is. Where is the cleaner? Oh, it got put somewhere. Got put somewhere unusual. That means it didn't get put away. Oh, yeah, actually it did get put away. This is where it's supposed to be. But no, they didn't. 3-hour wood cart. Can't build a wood car. Throw you out of the wooden roll cage. They might consider it a fire hazard. Let's see, Andrew, but no, they didn't. Z-rated tires can handle 200 miles per hour, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. When you get up to those ratings, I don't know if they're how they rate them. I thought there was something different about that. Andrew Button, fixing spec. I'm over 6,000 feet here. Man, you're tall. Andrew Button, 6,000 feet. Oh, you're in Colorado or somewhere. Cars running crappy. Everything is down 20% or more per power. Man, I remember my 64 Ford with a 351. My Windsor, it was pretty quick. And I was up there going through that Eisenhower pass up by the Eisenhower tunnel. And there was a Porsche passing me. He wasn't going much faster than me. So I stuck my foot to the floor. And I heard the carburetor go, whoa. And I didn't speed up. And the Porsche kept going by me. And I think he was wide open too. So, yeah, it makes a difference if you don't have any air. Yeah, straight bullet, you're right about this tire speed and the speed limiter.
round two, easy.
Two that are the same size.
I think they're the smaller size. So these big ones would be over.
We put them for something else, yeah. So we got the small ones. Okay.
I think the small ones are a good choice. Big
We're gonna
ones.
clean a little bit, and then we're gonna be back in business.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave marks on our concrete floor right away.
Yeah, you're right. We don't want to leave marks on our concrete floor. Tim says we're at 6,500 feet here in the Springs. Is that what they call it? The Springs. That's what the locals call Springs. You know, Andrew, for a few motors in the old days came close to horsepower, meaning or feeding cubic inch size.
Oh yeah, that's something recent. That was not a thing that they did very regularly.
Andrew Button says Eisenhower Tunnel, I-70. Yeah, I was eastbound. I was on my way to from the west coast over to Fort Collins. So I was going through that tunnel, and we were racing this guy, and it was wintertime, so it was cold. So I was racing this guy in the Porsche, and just when I gave it more gas, it just made more noise. Whoa! Didn't pick up any speed. Yeah, I had a friend that worked for a company in Monterey, California, and he ran their dyno, and he did some other stuff. And that's when Chrysler was first working with turbochargers, and they had a big full-size, you know, a C-body car. I think it was like a Chrysler New Yorker or something, but it had a slant six in it. And he says the most fun part about that car is when they were test driving it in the Denver area. And he goes, because it was just like driving it in sea level, because they had the turbo on the slant six. It's pretty good. And that was like 1978 or 79, somewhere in there. Yeah, Tim, yeah, you go downhill to Denver. I've done that. Yeah, from the Eisenhower Tunnel. Of course you're going downhill to Denver. But I guess even where you live, you are.
Downhill to Denver. I thought Denver was Rocky Mountain High, Colorado.
Yeah, but it's down compared to Eisenhower Tunnel's 11. It's 11,000 something feet. Yeah, so it requires that goes through. I already tried those washers that go through. Needs up small. I'm looking. Because,
I already looked at
well,
it.
here, you could do this. You could put one of those washers like this, and one of these.
Hey, but is this going to hit?
Well, I don't know. Didn't think of that. Design engineer, I didn't think of it. Not good.
How's the chat going today?
Fun? Are you asking me to leave you alone?
No, I was asking if you were just talking to them.
I was talking to them. Yeah, I don't know. There's still a lot of people there. Yeah, yeah, we got a full house here. Capri 65 Barracuda Commando S had 275 horsepower to 273. I've heard of before then. I don't know. There were some other cars like that. The 427 Chevy and the Corvettes in 68, 69 were rated at 435.
All right, so thanks everybody for being here. We're doing great on a Thursday night. We got a whole bunch of people hanging out, and there's a decent number of people chatting. We have some different conversations going. I apologize, we're missing some of the chats and conversations because you know we're doing stuff. But we appreciate you talking amongst yourselves. It's good for community that you guys are getting to know each other, talking about the things that you're interested in. I did not do points at the beginning of the stream like I normally do. And so since there's a whole bunch of people in here, I'm going to just award 4 points to everybody who's here right now.
Where are you getting all the points? You just
I'm,
ran yourself out of points.
I'm just giving them away.
That's 120 points.
It's inflation. It's one of those things, you know. But yeah, and I apologize that I didn't figure out any. You know what? I got sticker shock. I looked at stickers and custom stickers. Expensive. They're expensive. I got a little bit sticker shock. I was like, I don't know if I can do that. And I got overwhelmed. I started looking at people who sell stickers on Reddit and other ways to get them, and I was like, I don't know what to do. So I gotta look back and do it because you guys deserve it. You got honestly, there's people who got like 100 legit points at this point or more, and like they deserve some kind of token of our appreciation. So I'm open to suggestions. If you know someone that you've worked with that you had really good experience with, or you have some kind of suggestion, like inside information, a testimonial, not just who comes up first in a Google search, because that's not always the best way to figure things out. But
who's the guy in Arizona?
Tony's Hot Rod
Yeah.
Garage. I need to get in touch with Tony. I haven't been doing real great. And we did that late night stream. Honestly, I've been in pain since then. That shot, considering I had that shot, like, I feel loopy because I took that medicine, but my neck doesn't hurt as much as it normally does. So that's good.
Okay, Kim, I got more little tiny washers.
Turbo will solve altitude problems for 6-cylinders. Most 6-cylinders. One of the problems with a lot of 6-cylinders is they've got little valves, and you can only fit such big valves in, and they because they're in line, the ports are limited in size. Most 6-cylinders are not cross flow. They're like intake and exhaust on the same size. So you have induction problems. The cylinder head will not support enough flow to get the maximum. So when you put a turbo in an inline 6 of the standard designs, a pushrod slant 6, not an overhead valve, because when you get to not an overhead cam, because when you get to overhead cam, the designs started to really improve. But all the old ones, like the Ford 250, 300s, the
Fords, like mine, is terrible because
it's
got a log intake, and then the ports are all,
when
you can't import them.
When you put a turbocharger or a supercharger on an engine like that, it doesn't just correct for elevation. It corrects for those design flaws. So you take an engine that was kind of anemic in the first place, but usually had a really strong bottom end and a decent amount of displacement, and you start doing forced induction, you are going to wake it up like you didn't ever expect it would be able to be that powerful. But you have to have a bottom end that isn't already worn out, blown out, because you'll just blow by all the rings if they're all worn out already anyways. You know, that's some of the problem, like the Dodge Garage with his slant 6 that he's trying to supercharge. The engine is just worn out, you know, and that is why we twice now have rebuilt the bottom ends of slant 6s, because we know we can't do anything with it if it's worn the heck out. So we've been doing the process of sorting the cars so they can actually go on the road safely with brakes and steering and suspension and lights and all of the stuff that a car has to have. And then the candy will come. We're not those people who just slap a turbo on some old car and blow it up in like a week. Like, we've gapped the ring. We've been in so deep that we've gapped the rings that we know we can turbocharge them up to a certain amount of boost. Like, we did the math, right? So when it finally does come time to do that, you're going to get to see real results. I'm so sorry. We are so distracted. We're always doing something for somebody, for something. And but someday we're going to do it, and when we do it, you'll see real results.
You're gonna talk for a minute. I gotta
No, I'm done talking.
Oh, well, I gotta take a break. See?
Thought that Campo's taking a break.
Yeah. Sorry.
Stray Bullet says boost is the only way to efficiently get more power out of a 4.6 two-valve engine. I mean, I guess you could put a cam in it. I don't know how much. I mean, most factory engines, they have to go mild with the cams for emission, but they can increase duration and stuff like that. But like a slant six with a cam, I get a little more out of it, but not a ton, not a ton. And if you go wild on a cam for a slant six, you throw the whole balance of the car's design out of whack, right? If it's an automatic, the torque converter's not going to be right for a high RPM engine, and they only rev so high. Those engines are long stroke, small bore long stroke, but that's not good for RPMs, right? So you really do want to take as much advantage. Tim's Turbo School. I mean, I didn't just fall off the turnip truck yesterday. A lot of people are like, turbo, turbo, turbo. It's like, well, yeah, but if you turbo this old piece of junk, you're just going to throw a rod. And they're fine with it because it's not their car. It's like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it so I can actually enjoy the car for years to come with the turbo. And there's plenty of cars. I mean, if you look at production cars with turbos, 100 or 150,000 miles, and now you're into a major service, engine out service. The turbos need replaced. It's hard wearing on the motor. They usually undersize the engine and then turbocharge it so they can have weight savings, stuff like that. But I'm not going to drive anything 100,000 miles, maybe for the rest of my life. I cannot drive long distances every day like I used to be able to.
John Wilburn popped in.
If I build it right, I'll enjoy it forever.
Hey, John.
Stray Bullet says putting cams in engines is a thing of the past. Oh no! If you put a cam in an LS, you can really increase the potential out of that engine.
Okay, Kim.
But money. How's it going, John? Welcome to the stream.
John, we're in the middle of a project here, but it's not a car. Well, it's got four wheels, but it's not a car. We're building a little platform for my stepmom, so she's in her 90s and she has a hard time moving this box around in her garage. So making this thing so she can move box around. That's a short story.
El boxo de moverono.
She doesn't speak Spanish. Oh, she may speak a little Spanish.
Me, I speak a little Spanish. Or you mean her?
I meant her.
What about these washers? Oh, yeah, I kind of too.
That's why I got all these. See these right here?
Good work. Bring these in a quarter, just because I don't want those.
Okay. Yep.
I don't want to blow out those.
I didn't know where exactly where you wanted
Something like that.
Okay, and then I'll just hold it. I'll hold it.
Where's the washer that we use?
Or you can use this.
Yeah, I can use a big washer back here.
You can use a big washer with that one in there. And that way the screw won't go through the big washer. It's just a small washer and a big washer. Oh, you need another big washer? Yeah, that'll work, I think.
Let's use that. This is a little charity project that we're doing here. No.
Well, not really, because she's taking us out to dinner. I have to pay for it.
He likes going to dinner.
Well, I think, we don't go out very often. And it's nice, and she's a nice person. I always liked
she's
her.
fantastic.
I always liked her,
And
sadly, she's getting old, and she can't drive anymore, and she has a hard time getting around.
She just wants to have stuff to do.
As far as walking around goes, she does.
She gets around.
She gets around real well.
I wouldn't take her to Disney World, but I think that she gets to do things. She says she goes to karaoke with her boyfriend. I think she has this little bit younger boyfriend.
I think it's a guy that they kind of help each other.
Yeah, they
Trying
hang out.
to make their life a little bit.
It's nice to have friends, no matter what age.
Oh, Ari's here too.
Ari's here.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for
Yeah,
stopping
thanks for coming in.
That's really unusual to have so many people at this. It's late at night. These guys are usually in bed, aren't they?
Of course, Ari.
Yeah, he's different.
It's 10.
But John Wilburn.
It's
He may
1:10 in the morning.
He may be going to bed though. He works a lot. The guy, hardest working guy on YouTube.
Okay, here I will add some lube.
Looby dooby, looby dooby.
And I'll put a little up here on the wheel bearings. Are there any bearings in there? No, they're just bushings. So you want to put some on that side too? You don't think it'll... Oh, those. Oh, I don't think I even caught those. Yeah, that way. I didn't do it like that over there. Oh, he just tubed it all over the whole...
Sometimes you just
oiled the whole thing up.
Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Well, you know, that
You've heard that before, right?
That wood will not rust.
It takes a big dog to make a ton.
Look at the puddles you made. Hey, jeez.
I just gave it a squirt.
I know, but you moved the wood.
Careful.
The wood isn't gonna rust.
All right, you gotta careful what you're saying.
I don't want it to get on her garage floor. So.
Yeah.
I've been trying to make their engines as efficient as possible for about 2 decades now. They certainly haven't overlooked the camps.
But see, efficiency may not be what you're looking for. If you're trying to make a drag car, you don't care about efficiency. You want the most.
Well, you want it to be efficient at the high RPM.
You want maximum power. And then you design your car for what RPM range it'll be in and the whole deal. You guys know. I don't need to explain what you do.
That smells good. It smells like the old days.
Smells like the old days.
That's second of
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
No, I mean the 3-in-1 oil. I remember that. I remember that smell from when I was a kid. So they haven't changed it. They kept the fuel the same.
Had the flavor, but
where'd I put it? Oh, there it is. Couldn't find the oil. I set it down over here.
I did put oil in here, but
get the wheel bearings.
These come off at Amazon.
Just
I bought
probably
a big pack of them.
Which are probably actually wheel bushings. Wheel bushings.
That's a good little bit of some. Oh, this will be good.
It just needs one more screw, right?
We're giving this away. This is good stuff.
You know what? She's going to have a nice little platform. And then when we flip it right side up, I have another improvement I want to make. And I want to get your opinion on it. Okay, I'm going to start throwing washers back in the washer bucket.
That's a good idea.
So I can start cleaning up while you're doing the last screw. Here's a little one. Oh, you got a little.
Got a little one. I don't want a big sweatshirt. Oh, there you go. I found it.
Okay. This little one's here. I'm going to put these. These are actually AN washers. I'm going to put it back with my AN stuff.
I don't think, based on the use that we've been told that it's going to be, it's moving around the thing that's less than 100 pounds.
See, and I have some concern. Under 100 pounds, I have some concern that it may slide off this pedal. Okay, you can put this. Where do you want this?
No, I'll put these back on the shelf.
On the shelf. Well, don't put them back yet, because I have a possible.
This goes in.
Yeah, that's the AN hole.
So stick it in there with the washers on it. This is just moose wash.
Yeah, I'm just gonna scoop it in here. Okay.
All right, Raw Dog says I need ideas of where I can light fireworks off in the country. like aerial fireworks, like 500G cakes. I need ideas because me and my friends are lost. If my dad doesn't let me, then I would have to go out into the country. But where do I go, and where would be a safe place to light them in public? None.
Kim,
Yeah.
she has something on here, and she's sliding it around, and she gets little grit or something on her garage floor, like an expansion bridge or something. I'm thinking her box is going to slide off this, and then she's going to have to put it back on. So I was thinking about, we don't have enough to do a lot of these, but we could do like several of them so the box won't slide around. What do you think? Or are we getting carried away? I'm getting carried away. Okay.
With grit tape on it.
Velcro the box. Whatever. Okay.
I think that it's
So all we need to do now is test drive.
I think you're at more risk of making it so the box doesn't fit properly. That's more.
Except I know at 20 inches will fit. So. Okay, so.
Are you done with the loud noises? Yeah, we are.
Who's going to test drive this?
I guess I'll test drive it.
No, you had back surgery today.
I did not have back surgery.
Oh, look at this, Kim.
They can't see. I got to move the tape.
You can't do that.
I know.
Because you have back injection or whatever the hell it was. So now you can't feel anything in your back, so you're going to just pick stuff up and injure yourself.
No, don't tell my future now.
Don't tell you. Okay, you increase the possibility of an injury.
That's reasonable to say. You should use caution as not to do, but
Okay, I'm rolling around, but nobody can see.
they can't see that?
No.
Darn.
Move it.
They can see the ceiling. They cannot see the thing. Okay. If we turn the Studebaker on, we gotta.
Nobody can see it right now. Okay, so that rolls very nicely. So we have the project for my step. Excellent. Okay, I can start putting and Ari and John Wilburn. Who else came in after that? You see, I did this properly. It's metric. That thing is metric. 540 millimeters by 540 millimeters. So what do we do to, we have to paint it a different color or something to signify that it's metric?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, don't sweep that up, just sweep it around.
Well, I'm gonna sweep up this pile of dirt.
Okay, I was gonna say we got sawdust here. Let's
I'm
use
leaving that sawdust.
Yeah, we'll leave it for this place here that has a little oily because this stuff we can clean up with
Yeah, that's the real reason why we
with the last sawdust. Yeah, we did this so we have sawdust for the
that was the whole
cleanup.
Oh, why is this triangle for this T-squares thing? This isn't where it goes.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't get that out. I don't
Oh, I
remember. I didn't, so I didn't notice it was there.
Okay. I always forget to put the tools away.
SA0 is too thin, says Pitt.
Yes, it
Is
is.
a step too far from search for efficiency. Well, it depends on which one it is. I mean, I used 0W20 for a long time, which worked fine. But then they had 0W16 and 0W8, you know, so the, what are they called? Oh. Be careful, Kim. Be careful, Kim. Elon says, Buck and Kim, put a center board on the bottom center, like top, it will strengthen. Yeah, but
It's
just
way
there's
stronger than
that cardboard box is, she says,
Look,
is
it
under.
doesn't even.
She says it's under 100 pounds. It's probably under 15 pounds.
No, it had like a gas log in it. It's freaking heavy. But it wasn't freaking heavy like 200 pounds.
It wasn't as heavy as you are.
It's heavy like 50 pounds. And this is fine.
Mexican says you went to the doctor to get off that thing.
I'm done showboat.
Special Agent James is here. Yeah, kickflip. Yeah, she shouldn't be on that because she had
hey, look what I found.
Big ass injection in here. What's that?
Goes with this.
Oh, okay. More pieces. Yeah, well, so we can take that back to Harbor.
Hobo Fright.
I kind of like the idea of COW30 for my old Toyotas just for ease and cold starts. And yeah, and the 30 side of it, you got big long, what do you call them? I can't bring words up. Big long chains to make it behave like a 30. Oh man, polymer chains. Like, why couldn't I bring that word to make it behave like a 30?
So Raw Dog mentioned that he wants to enjoy some fireworks for the 4th of July.
I heard that.
Are the fireworks that you want to use, that you have acquired, are they legal? Like, I'm not trying to like get you in trouble. I just mean like my answer is sort of dependent on the legality of the ordinance that you have.
Well, I guess Special Agent James should get a couple points for that.
Okay.
Because Special Agent James thought of it before I did.
2 is a couple. Or do you want 3?
It's up to you. I did come up with it. I was just like...
Give him 3, because Special Agent James doesn't answer a lot of questions.
And he doesn't get a lot of points, so he can,
I feel like
he can get a good start on points. So, can you fix the camera to put it back where it was?
A little bit, yeah.
Because we got to get the Studebaker in the...
I don't like when you show the seal.
Okay, there, that's good. Okay. So, I was going to give Special Agent James a flash on the Studebaker for getting his first points. I think that's his first points.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, but Raw Dog, are those legal? Or do you have to like...
He's in Wisconsin. I think everything's legal up there, isn't it? I don't know what's legal for fireworks up there. Oh, Harry says, I've been using 0W20 in my 99 Corolla for about 6 months now. The car burns so much oil, I don't think she's picky at this point. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're burning oil, you're lubricating the upper cylinders.
Wait a minute. 0W20 for a 99 Corolla? That's absolutely not what the recommended oil is. No. You should be running something thicker.
But Ari's probably kind of an experimenter. Yeah, my Mazda was 0W20.
But it's lighter weight oil. It's going to burn more easily. I'm not saying run 2050 in a Corolla.
Run some 50 weight racing oil.
No.
Straight 60 from the Harley.
Because what you'll do
Harley dealership.
You'll overload the oil pump. It will work real hard, and you don't want to stress components too much. But the infinite 0W20, yeah, I see what you're saying, but still, some 10 weight oil would probably not burn as fast. I mean, I guess if you are watching it and you just keep, but it's gonna, does it foul spark plugs? It's definitely gonna foul the converter if you're burning that much oil, or does it leak that much oil?
Well, it says you're supposed to have a permit, but the cops aren't going to say anything if you're being safe. What's it take to get a permit? Of course, when you get a permit, then you're inviting inspectors to come around.
Yeah. Well, if you get a permit, then you have to set them off in a legal place. I guess.
Well,
my suggestion to you, Raw Dog, is like if you know somebody who's a firefighter, be like, hey, do you want to go out with us and hang out and set off these? Because there's a lot of times there's a young firefighter. Like if you got a friend who's a firefighter, invite them to come with you. because then you'll have somebody on the inside. He'll call, if something goes wrong, he'll call his buddies and be like, "Hey, we have a fire," and they'll come out and put it out. Right? Like you do not want to cause. You want to have fun, not get arrested or cause. Because there are people, right? Maybe they live way out in the woods, and you think I'm going to go way out in the woods, and that's going to be a safe place where nothing bad will happen. But this person up on the mountain sees you setting off fireworks, and they don't know you, and they don't know why you're setting fireworks off way too close upwind of their house where they'll get burned first. So now, out of panic, they call, and then you're in trouble, right? So the best way to do it is to try and find a way to involve. But if you call the wrong person, like if you call up the fire department, it's like, where can I set off these fireworks? You're sure to end up being in trouble. You got to do it in a way.
You remember what it's like here last year? Do you remember? People just setting them off everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fireworks show.
Yeah, we live in Tennessee. Was it dry? It was pretty dry by then.
This year, nothing will burn up.
Yeah, we've had rain for every friggin' day.
Even last year, it was much drier, but there are no fires.
Stray Bullet says, just set them off real fast and don't hang around. That's what we used to do. I mean, my biggest concern is starting a fire, or don't drink a lot of beer and go out with a bunch of idiots. What was it, a couple years ago, somebody stuck a thing on their head and lit it, and it blew their brains out as it shot in the air. Like, light them properly. Like, be safe, for Christ's sakes. I just don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see a bunch of property damage. Like, it's supposed to be fun. I'm all for having fun. We used to shoot bottle rockets at each other across the. For like 3 months, I worked for a guy who had like a big yard of cars. What's that called? Not a scrap yard. It was like a recycle yard, but it wasn't. It was just an old farm, and he had a bunch of cars. Anyways, yeah, we'd light the bottle rockets, or we'd have a bottle, and we'd hold them in our hand as they lit. They'd burn your hand, but it wasn't that bad, right? But you'd fire them at the guy, right? And you try and get as close to the guy. He's across the yard, so you try and get as close. What you wanted to do is you wanted it to hit right next to him and then report. They go pop or go woo, right? So you'd want it to go right next to the guy. Every once in a while, somebody get hit in the leg and it would go pop right at their feet. You know, and they just about jump out of their skin. And that was funny.
No fireworks here in Colorado Springs. We walked 2 blocks to the golf course for city fireworks. You know, that's in Ohio where I was. There was a huge yard that was what do they call those club? Country club, and it was the golf course for the country club, and they had one of the best fireworks shows I saw, and I go there every year. The whole time I was up there until COVID came around, and they took it away, and they never did it again because of the
the fireworks display.
Yeah, you can't have fireworks and COVID at the same time. I guess I don't know what that was all about. Excuse to look what we did. We prevented. I hate fireworks anymore.
You know, when I was young, we were stupid, and it seemed like something fun. But and you want to be like close to it so you can enjoy it, you know. And you don't want to have to go and sit in traffic to watch fireworks 1,000 miles away or whatever. So.
Special Agent James says, I'm a first responder. I'll be on duty this 4th of July working a
60-hour shift, right. Those guys are working really hard, and he wants to get some sleep. And the last thing he wants to do is be dragging somebody to the ER because they burned their hands or their eyes or something like that.
So we're waiting for the 4th of July. I don't know. 4th of July here. I don't know what we'll do. What day of the week is it?
I missed Tippy Long's comment about Ari's car.
Oh, about if it's variable valve timing, you have to run the recommended oil or it varies the valve timing wrong.
Oh, I don't think a
So it's
99 might have variable valve timing, huh?
Good, I don't know.
Yeah,
But I'm
it
sure
could.
Harry is. I mean, he's an auto mechanic on late model stuff, so
He knows it's on its last
knows what
run.
he's doing.
He knows it's on its last run. We're not going to give him too hard
Harry,
time.
what kind of Toyota is it? And how big an engine can you stuff in there?
You know what else? If you're running,
Can you put an LS in it? Oh man. Oh, what is this?
if you're running zero weight oil, Ari, get a bottle of this stuff, the Lucas Heavy Duty. It's like syrup, right? Oh,
You poured it on you.
I really did. I poured it on myself. I didn't think. Anyways, it's like syrup. I'm sure you've seen this stuff. Get some Lucas and take a quart of that and a quart of this, and mix it up real good, and use that for the next quart that goes in. See if it slows down some of the burning.
What's a 99 Corolla look like? I'm gonna
It could have a VVT. Cause shoot, they were using VVT engines, and
well, 99 Corolla is the hood.
that Z car out there has VVT, and that's like an '87. So they were, but Corolla surely had been using that by then. And my I guess not all 99s had it though.
Oh, one of those. That hood's kind of short. You may have to put like a turbocharged 3.8 Buick in it.
I bet you get screaming gas mileage of that, still out of that oil burning 99 Corolla. And if you keep oil in it, it probably.
So where are you working at? Porsche? No, Audi dealer.
It seemed to burn the 530 quicker than the 1020, than the 020. Maybe.
I used some stabilizer. It seemed okay.
It seemed to burn the stabilizer and 530 quicker than the 020. It might just be much better quality 020.
Man, I had a Vega. I had a little Vega, the little coupe, not the hatchback, and that thing was an oil burner. I used to keep a case of oil in the trunk, and every time I filled it up with gas, which is about 10 or 11 gallons, it took 2 quarts of oil. So I'd fill it up, put 2 quarts of oil in it. Next time I fill it up, 2 quarts of oil. It's just how Vegas were. Kim's scrolling back to see what we're doing here.
Oh, I missed a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I missed it.
Stray Bullets saying that putting cams in almost any modern Ford engine has been a waste of money for this entire century. Really?
For the century?
Well, this century.
Oh, this century.
So since 2000? Wait, no, since
because my
2000.
My 429 was a 72, man. That thing came alive. Cam timing and distributor recurve and dual exhaust. Oh my God, did that thing come alive?
I mean, depending on, you can put a cam in that makes a lot more horsepower, but it's really only intended to run at wide open throttle. So that might not be what you want for your daily driver.
Raw dog, you get into the weirdest stuff. No. Both questions, no.
Not my thing, Raw Dog. It's not this channel's thing either, so there's really nothing terrible about your comment, but I don't think we should discuss
Tim, I use a half gallon of Lucas with every oil change in my Freightliner. Oh, in a Freightliner, okay, that's a lot. But no, in a Freightliner, no. Every 10,000 miles, I have 1.2 million miles on it. It doesn't burn oil. That's 44 quarts of oil.
Oh, well, 44 quarts of oil, a half gallon of Lucas is actually a very small mixture. Yeah, Lucas seems okay. I used to overdo it on the oil stabilizers. It never occurred to me the extra stress that I'm putting on the oil pump by putting some syrup in there. I mean, it has to suck it up through a tube out of the pan. If you think about it, that could be problematic. When it's cold, when it's hot, it probably.
Stray Bullets says, would you put a cam in an LS7 engine? Well, I think that's an engine that's already Comes from the factory already built.
Well, no, that's the thing. If you're building an LS7 for a dragster, yeah,
You might.
you're going to put a cam in there because
might.
you want it to have.
But an LS7, that's a running thing.
If you're running nitromethane, I'm sure there's a different cam.
5W30 burned quicker because it has bigger viscosity split than the 0W20. Not the case with every engine and every oil, but that's the way I would try Rotella 5W30. Think of Rotella as like people are running Rotella because of the zinc, but they've taken a lot of that out. But you know who you watch? If any of you watch, what's his name? The Oil Geek. Why can't I think of names? Lake Speed. Lake Speed has a YouTube channel, and the guy's just an oil guy. He knows more about oil than anybody I've ever seen. So if you watch him, you will learn a lot about oil and additives and all this kind of stuff.
Pitt says Lucas is a viscosity modifier. You're bumping up the viscosity a bit, but the Lucas is really good additive detergent pack. Yeah, but I don't know exactly what's in there.
What's this? Luis says, see you. Did somebody say goodbye, or is Luis taking off? Oh, Luis, I have to go to sleep. Okay, Luis, thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here.
Take care.
We'll be back on Saturday. Hippie Long says he has great success with the same products, so that's cool. We have some validation of the whole thing. Yeah, and I don't disagree. I think that's reasonable. Just don't run pure Lucas in a car that you're gonna drive start every morning, and sometimes it's 10 degrees outside, because it's gonna be the viscosity is gonna be overkill.
Can you scroll down, because I know the chat's going and we're not.
That's okay.
You're trying to catch up, but while you're trying to catch up, it's rolling.
Ari thinks the old Corolla has been maintained well. She was already burning when I got her.
How many miles are on that car?
Yeah, that was my question.
Ari says,
it's okay. Okay.
Ari says, I should have made videos, all this stuff. I'm a horrible YouTuber. Yeah, usually what I see is you driving along with your speedometer stuck, and it's raining or something. He used to do all these videos in his truck with the speedometer always read the same speed, which is like 35 miles an hour. Remember that? And it didn't matter how fast he was going 35.
My dart's that way. It goes up when you're going 55. The speedometer gets up to about 20. It does this. That's what it does. I don't know why.
Especially it says Rotella MB is their catalytic converter safe version meant for gas motors. Uses super high quality base stock with low volatility, so it helps oil burners a lot. Oh, okay, that's pretty interesting.
I don't think Ari is that concerned. He knows it's going to burn oil, and he gets the oil that he puts in there for a very, very cost-effective price. And so, like,
you work for
just keep oil in it, Ari knows. It's 223,000 miles. I mean, you got your money's worth. Every mile you get now is gravy. As long as it starts and runs reliably, just keep pouring oil in it.
223,000.
When it's time, put some rings in it. I'll bet you could put rings in that engine that would run. You know what? We used to have this stuff. They were little pellets, right? It came with a tube. You stuck it down in the spark plug, and you dropped these pellets in. A hot engine. You were supposed to put these engines. They were tar, and they would tar up the rings. And when you put that in the engine, it would immediately foul your spark plugs, and you were like, son of a bitch. So you had to clean the spark plugs and put them back in, and then the engine would run. And the first time you would take it out, you'd throw a rod because the engine finally had compression again.
It says
right up.
Out of Tulsa. Weren't they in Ohio too? Maybe they had a location in Ohio, because I remember people working for Lubrisol. Lubrisol is a company that makes additives for oil. They're one of the additive package producers.
Okay.
I learned all this from the is his name of that channel, Oil Geek, whatever he is. It's Lake Speed is his name. That guy's really excited about oil and talks, like this 100 miles an hour, and he's like, yeah, okay, but I still learn so much from him. I watch him, learn a lot. What I learned is what little I know about oil. And I guess the new good oil they have for old cars is they're making one that has the proper amount of zinc that can be used today for older cars, and it's made by AMSOIL. AMSOIL, I guess, has two of them. They have the whatever the new one is with zinc, and then they have the C-Rod, which may be the same one. I don't know. But like everything that's AMSOIL, it's a little bit pricey. But if you got a good old style engine, it's probably a good thing to run. Like a flat tapping camshaft. Diesel in your gas engine will help clean it up, but I'd advise against using it every change. Yeah, the additive package is different. Are you having
just more frequent oil change. Just like shorten your oil change interval will help clean up your engine.
It says Lubrizol is mostly marketed these days in the industrial sector. It used to be heavily marketed to the ag market. I think Lubrizol is all. I thought it was all additive packages for the people that produce oil. I thought that's what it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Especially I run the MB in my Tahoe, 320,000 miles, no burn. It'll all be between oil changes. Like my van up until recently, in fact, it's still, I think it has. I was running AMSOIL Signature Series, which is 100% synthetic versus full synthetic, which is not 100%. So I run that, but it's pricey stuff. It says Lubrizol, not Lubsoil. Yeah, Lubrizol. Lubrizol is the name of the company.
Interesting.
See, I like Mystic lubricant plus Mystic oil in all my engines. I used to run Redline oil because that thing rolls really well.
It really does.
The
Brand new wheels.
on 2-cycle, there's a couple of things I ran, but it ended up being the best thing. I found the best thing to use was the once again AMSOIL Sabre. It was expensive, but I ran it a lot. That's a spec. What year is your car? All right. I think he's talking about the 99 Corolla. Oh, man. I can't believe we've been here this long, Kim. We've been here 2 hours and 43 minutes.
Well, we didn't really do much to talk for the first hour.
Well, we talked and we built the thing that was supposed to take 15 minutes.
But we didn't start building it for an hour. 10 minutes before.
Straight Bullet says, I wait until my oil is at quart low before I change it. I'm an environmentalist. If I waited till mine was at quart low before I changed it, like with the Mazda, it'd have like 7,000 miles on it. I know because I've done it. But I was doing oil samples. I was doing oil samples every 4,000 miles, and I was using AMSOIL Signature Series, which is supposed to be good for 20-something thousand miles, but I never went over about 16,000. But I was doing oil samples every time, always with the recommendation to keep using it. But I'd still go, something tell me to change it, like something in my head.
My Ford, I just put a quart of oil in it, but I don't think it burns a lot. I think it leaks a lot more than it burns. And it's been a while. I haven't put a lot of miles on it lately, but I haven't done an actual oil change on it since I got it. And I was just looking. There was a video that popped up on Facebook, or a memory that popped up on Facebook. It's been 4 years since when I was building that van. Under the bridge
Yeah, I
in
saw that.
Bloomfield.
Her shop was under a bridge, and she told me it was under a bridge. So I went to look at the bridge on Google Maps, and I saw the bridge. The bridge was like 7 or 8 lanes wide, and it was this giant concrete thing. And of course, it was a great place to work until the police came along and told her she
Can't
couldn't
work
work there.
here.
Can't work there anymore.
I was like,
See,
yeah, I
Pitt
think
says,
if you come.
Mystic is made by Citgo. Oh, yeah. Citgo from Venezuela. Oh, he even says that. That was our oil stock supplier straight out of Venezuela. It was a great deal back before the country exploded. We have a Citgo station down here, not too far from here. And is it still, and that company's still owned by Venezuela. Company in Venezuela, I think. I'm not sure. But two-cycle used to be 20, 30 to 31. What are mixed ratios? 50 to 1 makes 2 strokes run insanely fast. I ran 100 to 1. Everybody thought I was crazy. Running 100 to 1. Can I have one of those, please? Oh, we're out? That's it. Oh, we got to buy some more. 100 to 1. All my friends thought I was crazy. I'm going to destroy the engine and all that. But they all had to decarbonize like at every 50 hours. I never had to decarbonize. So I was pretty happy with 100 to 1.
100 to 1?
100 to 1 is what I always ran. When I knew guys in the military that we were running two-cycle engine, they were supposed to be 50 to 1. And then the technicians would go, oh, no, you put more oil in, it'll last longer. And then they just make a mess. Couldn't do anything to spec. They had to do it their way.
I guess I'm going to bring my car in and put the alternator.
Oh, you're going to bring your car in this late. Okay. That's about how long it takes. 7, 8, 10,000 miles. I use good Napa cold filter and the finest Walmart synthetic oil money couldn't buy. Walmart synthetic. You know what I use? I just got this. I don't know. I've heard those are okay. I mean, I got a 6-cylinder with all those, over 100,000 miles on it. Although it looks pretty good inside. I think that's probably good enough filter. On my Mazda, I was running the AMSOIL filter. I guess any of the full synthetics are, they're pretty good oil. But full synthetic in the United States means it's 25% synthetic. And that was decided. It was a court case that was decided out of court. They made an agreement, and the judge signed it. So in the United States, full synthetic means 25% synthetic. Don't believe me? Look it up. And 100% synthetic means there's no mineral oil mixed into it. What's the fastest I've ever gone in a car? I don't know, about 100. Probably just under 150. What's the fastest I've ever gone on the ground? I said that a little while ago. 204 knots. So you have to figure out what that is in miles per hour. Let's inspect. We don't have Wix here. I have a look. Well, Wix, I think, makes a lot of filters that they market with other names on them. And I think Napa's one of them. I think. I've heard that, but I haven't really ever chased it down to make sure that's correct. But I think a lot of companies use Wix filters with their name on it. Oh, especially James says I run Wix on all my stuff. I've cut open a lot of filters, and I like the construction inside the Wix. Napa and Man filters are the same. I don't even know what a Man filter is. I probably should. Are there Pemex stations here? Never. You got to go just over the border, don't you?
Hey, I'm going to see if this starts. I'm going to take my radio.
Yep. It says Napa is Wix. CarQuest was Wix. Okay. Oh, you got your radio? But you move. Where are you going?
I just said I'm going to start my car.
Oh, okay.
If it starts, I'm going to bring it down here.
And then you're going to ask me to open the hatch so you can come in, right?
No.
Oh. You smell like corn nuts.
I know. I'm going to ask you to start the camera. No, I'll just come in and do it. You handle it.
I'll open the, let's see, Buff, I think there are some Pemex stations over there now. Really?
Where's my flashlight?
Harry says he thinks there's one out near 29 Palms or something. I need to go down to Mexico, though. What are fuel prices like in Mexico now? It used to be you go to Mexico, you get a really good deal on fuel, but from what I've heard from Mexican Spec, it's gone way up. Maybe it's in Italy or some word with a Morini engine sold in the USA under the Pacer name. What the heck? What was the question? Oh, what is that? How does that pronounce? Pook? I don't think it's puke. It's pook or punch. I don't know. I suspect they let other companies in here, and the Pemex stations went there. That's funny. It says man filters are what I use on our small engines. Yes, there are Pemex gas stations. I don't know how to pronounce it right. Like an American would say Pemex. I think it's probably Pemex? I don't know. Stations in the United States, specifically Houston, Texas. Oh, down on that end of the border. That's the only time I've been to Mexico. Is every time was down at that end of the border or way out in the Arizona end of the border. Never anywhere in between. Let's see, Motor Marini. Long time since I heard that. I'm gonna have to. I got the radio here, but I'm gonna. Kim's got. I can hear her engine running. I'm gonna have to swing the door open when she gets here. We're leaving it shut because we got the AC running in here. When I walked out a little while ago and came back in, oh man, it was like it's like soaking wet out there. And I came in here, it's just the air is dry. You know, it's pretty nice, and it's down to 82 degrees in here. Let's see. Let's expect the new president ordered the regular gas to be sold at $23.99 a liter. Okay, can you convert that? Because I'm that's way out of my math in the head stuff. My brain calculator can't pull that one off. Klotz has the best smelling oil for leaf blowers. Just keep oiling the engine. That's the important thing. Yikes, Beck, really? Who can afford to drive? Oh, that's $23.99. I'm sure that's pesos, not dollars. Oh, here she is. I'm opening.
I got to turn the camera on before we do this. So I had to come back.
You said you were going to turn the camera on. I didn't know you were going to turn on.
Okay, go ahead. It's on.
Okay, camera's on. So now we're doing double recording. But okay, open.
Four, there. Shut him down.
You got the spider that's about half the size of the big tail light.
All the spiders and bugs in the whole neighborhood come in.
I put that spider back outside.
Good for him.
I didn't want him in here. Okay. Once again, I can't get through this side of the shop. So I'm going to have to
Just close the door.
come up through here. Oh, I was going to walk around, but I figured you wanted to open or something. Okay. But there's a lot of stuff over there. Once again. Oh, it smells like exhaust in here.
Yeah, it does. It's exhausting.
It's exhausting. So, feeling he's a math head. How much is 99 Corolla worth down there? Did we ever get to the conversion to figure out? Oh, Mexican Spec did. $4.91 per gallon. Oh yeah, that's a little pricey. Yeah. Here, what is it here right now? It's about $2.50 a gallon, somewhere around there. That's $2.50 US.
Prices range between $2.50 and $2.87.
$2.50 and $2.87, depending on where you go. Because like out the south end of town, it goes up, and up in the middle of town and over toward the base, it goes down. So I don't know.
It's real competitive over by the base.
Over by the base, it might be like $2.40 something.
No, I was just out there. It's like $2.50.
It's $2.50 again. Okay.
It's gone up.
It's gone up a little.
But that's awesome.
Mexican Spec says, hard to say how much it's worth. I'm going to say 4,500 pesos or 45,000 pesos. Man, I don't have that conversion, pesos to dollars. Man, it's one I don't pay attention to, and I should. If your Corolla don't pass smog, you can get 1,200 or so to turn it in as a gross pollution. See, if you're in Tennessee, you don't have those problems. Can't pass smog. And I left that behind in 1991. Have not had a smog certificate on. Oh no, in Arizona, they didn't call it a smog certificate. You had to get an inspection. You pulled into a state-run thing. You waited online. You get up there. They popped it onto or you did. You drove it onto a dyno. They hooked it onto something, and then there's a meter out there, and they tell you bring it up to whatever it was, 35 miles an hour, or 45. I don't remember what it is. So you'd sit there and you watch the meter come up there, and as soon as you got that speedometer that was on the post, they take some readings, say okay, and then they pull the sniffer out of your tailpipe, and then you passed. You did, and but it was state run. It wasn't like in California where it was privately run. But that was the last one I did. That was probably, oh my God, that was in the 90s. So, and here, of course, just make your car run right.
Okay, I gotta report something.
Okay.
All right, this 66 Dodge Dart. I updated the voltage regulator not too long ago, right here. It's a cheap one, but everything's clean and ready to do its job. The ground, I even have an independent ground that goes straight to the battery, so that we know we're getting good ground, because that's critical with these units. So all those things are in good order. And it looks clean. It's a reman, but at idle, it just doesn't put out any voltage. I'm pretty sure that battery there is pretty weak. It's 5 years old. I don't know why. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it was dead, left to freeze one winter. Came out of no parts car, so it probably needs charge. But all the terminals and everything are fresh and up to date. Just when you go down the road, you're idling, the the lights get real dim, and then as soon as you push the gas, everything turns on. So it's just not producing enough oomph at idle. It's got here's the wire that comes from the voltage regulator. It's the only wire. So one wire, it's not a one wire, but there's only one wire that goes to the external voltage regulator. And then there's this wire here that charges the car. That's what we're working with. I'm going to get it out of there, take a look at it, but I'm pretty sure I've already decided I'm going to upgrade it. Since it is a remanufactured unit, it might be a higher amperage than the original. I think the original on a car like this was only about 20 amps, maybe 30 or something like that. But this could be as much as a 50 amp alternator if it came off with a lot newer vehicle. Really don't know. I don't know, these numbers might tell you, but who knows what any of that means. Let's get it off of there, see what we can do. Okay.
Special Agent James says, pre-smog for the win. Daily 68 Impala here in California. No smog or inspection at all for 75 and earlier. I thought it was older than that, because if it's 75 and earlier, see, Mexican Spec's got a car down there I really like, but I think he said he couldn't sell it in California. That was that 74 Matador, which they don't call a Matador. They call it an AMX something. Really nice car. And I thought he couldn't move that into California because it was a 74 and they couldn't do that in California. So I don't, are you sure it's 75? They may have changed the date. I don't know.
Don't make it sound like you're going to buy any more cars from Mexico. You're not.
But then Harry says, Buff, come take the Corolla in the Slant 6. Kim, we're going to San Diego.
All right, road trip. What are we taking?
What do we take? Do we have anything to make it? All we have is a bunch of pushmobiles.
Probably my van. We could take the car dolly.
I'll drive the Corolla back. Slant 6 is the thing that we can't take in the Corolla.
I didn't know you were daily driving that 64 Dart, hippie. That's cool as heck. I'm working towards this being my daily driver. It's getting close. Like, I feel real confident with the car itself now. Like, it handles and drives. I do want to maybe do a little tweak on the steering box, but...
Rhoda, I didn't know what he did. Now we know. Best meal stuff to get at Dollar Tree. I work at Dollar Tree making $11 an hour.
That's pretty good for a Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree? I guess they've had to come up some. Man, I remember running an aircraft factory for $10 an hour. That wasn't all that long ago. When I left that aircraft factory, my salary was based on $14 an hour, and that's why I finally left. I could not live on that. I loved the job. It was the most fun job I ever had up till that point. And, man, I was getting to design airplanes and run the whole show and sell airplanes all over the world. It was great. But $14 an hour? And that was based on 8 hours a day, and I put in a lot more than 8 hours a day. So I just, at some point, I left. I remember the day I was leaving. He says, well, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to develop my own airplane and start an airplane business. He goes, well, I'm opposed to that. I go, yeah? So then he says, I'm going to drop a non-competition agreement for you to sign. I said, yeah, go ahead. And I left because I knew he'd never do anything. You don't give somebody a non-competition agreement the day they're leaving. You do that the day they start working. So, yeah. And then I never did it. So I ended up working. That really opened up doors for me because I ended up working for one of my old customers in flight testing out in Arizona. And that was by far the best job I ever had. That's where I belong. In the desert, flight testing. Perfect job for me. Let's see. Can we send your title to Buff? Tennessee doesn't need a VIN inspect. No, they don't. All you need is the paperwork to walk in, pay for it. You got a license plate. That's what I did with my car. And then we went to Texas. I screwed my license plate on, stuck the registration in the glove compartment, and drove it here. Simple. They're interested in getting the money. Mexican spec says if it's 1966 or newer, it has to be smogged once upon entry. Then it's exempt. Oh, jeez. So that means, can you bring it directly into Tennessee? I wonder if you can bring a Mexican car directly into Tennessee and do it here. And then, I don't know. Well, just like the Fairmont, you can register the Corolla for area and you can drive it there with Tennessee plates. Yeah, I would expect so. Go rent a Viper. See, hippie long. Only way to pick up chicks is in a classic. You pull up, stall it, they feel sad for you. It's great. It says Warren Oil. Just remembered Walmart's distributor. Their house blends aren't half bad either, actually. Just keep up with the changes. Yeah, I'd say as long as they meet the spec, whatever it is right now, which is like SN or something. I mean, if it meets the current spec, straight bullet, that's a lot like how it works in the country that I live in, Mexican. Once it passes smog once, it's good until it changes ownership. That's how it used to be in California. But that was a long time ago. Then they started doing it once every 2 years, and then I left, so I don't know what it is now. Kevin. I missed something every saying hi to Kevin. Oh, there's Kevin Smith. Okay. Said my friend, her brother has an 02 Dodge Cummins diesel second gen that rolls coal. See, and I don't like that because this ads came up. I'm sorry. I don't like the rolling coal thing because then that pisses people off, and then they come after you like mean dogs.
I forgot that's a lie. Speaking of diesel, anybody see the recent Diesel Queen video? It's hot out. She's wearing yoga pants.
What's this?
Just saying, if you like diesels and women, you should check it out.
That's exactly. The specs have driven a lot of the scary garbage oil off the shelves. Hey, you know, when I first started driving, it was SE. I think it was SE was the spec. Might have been still SD because that stuff was around. SE, then SF, and I remember all that when I worked in a gas station when I was a kid. And then now I think it's up to SN, and then with like a suffix after it, I think. And some of those oils, like the what's it called? So I can't think of the one it is that has the higher zinc. That does not meet the spec, and you know that, but it doesn't meet the spec for the newer cars, but it works better in the older cars. Special agent. I'm not sure about importing cars. I've only bought cars in the USA. I purchased 3 pre-75 cars, no smog or inspection on them ever here in California. You know, like Mexican spec says, if it's 66 or newer, it has to meet it, and then never again, as long as it's the older ones. But coming in, it has to meet it. Especially, my girlfriend has a couple of 1990s cars in Mexico that she wants to bring over, but it's a pain to get the paperwork done. Talk to Mexican Spec. They'll probably make you a deal to get that paperwork done. He's the guy.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
I don't know. It may not all be easy, though.
Okay, it may not be easy, but he knows what he's doing. Pitt says the EPA just rounded up a bunch of diesel modifying shops last summer, yeah.
Yeah, actually, they overturned their right to do that, and they're supposed to refund those people the fines that they issued against them. But in a lot of cases, I think the damage has been done. They're out of business. I don't know. It's a very hot topic that I know only a tiny bit about?
Says Raw Dog's talking about flying astronauts up into space.
Space.
Okay. 64 is my favorite early A body. And my favorite one is 63. Nice. I like the 63 grill, but they're both basically the same car. I don't know why I like that 63 grill so much. I remember my mother, we had one car, so my father would take that to work. We had to go somewhere, and I was 63. I was 9 years old, and she called a taxi. And a taxi came out to where we lived, and it was a brand spanking new 63 Dart. It was light blue color, and I remember riding in that. I thought that was so cool.
If we were to go all the way out to San Diego, you think we would bring back a 99 Corolla?
We went to San Diego.
I just thought about that.
Would we go all the way out there to get Eric's 99 Corolla?
Oh, no, that's an economically viable. I would like to.
We'd come get his Slant 6. I know that.
Yeah, but I don't.
But the 99 Corolla, yeah, we might buy something else, like the 68 Impala or 67. Oh, I love 67 Impalas. 67 has the dash I like. 68, basically the same car, little differences, but I don't like the dash as much. But yeah, I'd love to have a 67 Impala.
Extremely difficult and expensive. Oh yeah, suing the government is like.
Special agent says
the government works for itself. If you sue the same people who are going to make the decision, it's not going to go well.
Is LA still getting burned down? Oh no, I think the fires are out.
I think it was only like 3 city blocks.
Homeless still really bad. Homeless is okay. Let me tell you how it is, Raw Dog. Homeless is bad everywhere the weather is good. Because the homeless aren't going to go stay in Geneva, Ohio, where it's like 20 below zero and go sleep out in the snow. No, they're going to go to somewhere in California because it's nice and warm and they can live along the beach and the local authorities feed them. And so that's where they go. So they have a big homeless problem because the weather's nice. And if you go to somewhere like where you live, no, there's no homeless. Nobody's going to go to Wisconsin that's homeless. I mean, you might have somebody homeless there, but probably one of their relatives will take care of them or something. They're not going to go live on the street in the middle of the winter time. When I moved to Ohio, I said I was going to do some community service kind of thing just because I think that I should. And I went and I decided to help the homeless. And I said, do you have a kitchen here to feed the homeless? And they all looked at me like I was nuts. There's no homeless people here. And I started thinking, yeah, they're not going to sleep out here in this. What are they going to do, sleep in the ice? No, they're going to hitchhike to California, sleep on the beach, So yeah, that's where the homeless are. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Kevin, the authorities don't squat. Yeah, authorities. We are the authorities because we're dumb and all we know how to do is be authorities.
See your papers.
Papers?
Brushes don't seem bad.
Brushes don't seem bad. Yeah, I think it's just well, I mean, I guess it should keep up with just keeping the battery charged up when all you have is, I mean, what are you running electrical while you're driving down the road with the ignition? That's it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're not running anything. You're not putting a load on it.
But
it says he follows Gail Banks. Yeah, that's you would never catch me buying any THC or any drugs off Amazon or TikTok shop because Amazon you can get shroom gummies. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I don't buy anything like that because if I have this much extra money, it goes into my YouTube stuff or it goes into a car. Or maybe once a year we go out to No Name Nationals, and that costs us a little bit of money.
I would not buy any kind of illicit stuff off the internet. That just seems like
illicit stuff anyway. Because
I
don't like being in jail.
I would not. Yeah, that's like.
Kevin Smith, I had a squatter house next to me. Took a year to evict. I had a guy in this place, in this shop right here, and he quit paying rent. And it took me 18 months to get him out of here. And it was really a nasty deal.
It's got a capacitor in there. Check it out. It's pretty cool.
That's what the inside of old Chrysler alternator looks like. Okay, Kim, I'm going to set it up here.
Okay. It's been rebuilt.
Now my hands are filthy. Okay.
It's been rebuilt before.
It's
pretty old.
Pitt says, I'm drinking $10 vodka.
Whoa!
THC free for a week. THC free. Special agent says, I think my car slipped through because it was the same owner moving it from one state to another. And here it's so easy. You just walk in and you just
yeah, they don't care about
just
cars.
show up with the title and your ID and money to pay for it, and you get a registration and a license plate. You say thank you and you walk out the door. Thank you, sir, or thank you, ma'am. Because you're in the South, you say sir or ma'am. And then and if you get it wrong, I'll take it in stride. They're all polite.
People are nice.
People are here, polite. So
I never really had any trouble.
Where do you get your heroin?
Cut it out! No drugs.
Heroin, that would be a woman hero. Isn't that a heroine?
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, the squatters' rights thing is terrible. Yeah, I know. Products, the squatters taking over homes and ICE taking immigration. Okay, I'm not going to get into too much politics, but yeah, okay. If both cars are 100% legit, owned them for 10 years. Kevin says cops were always over there. Yeah, I had a problem in Ohio with neighbors that were just showed up. They stole my mailbox, put it over in front of their house, and they tore the numbers off the mailbox and threw them on the ground as they walked over there and left the numbers, a trail of numbers. They put it over there and stuck their numbers on the mailbox. So I called the cops. Cop showed up. He goes, I showed him the evidence, and he goes, I don't care. I said, here's the square hole that the 4x4 came out of. There's the trail of numbers, and there it is. He goes, unless you have a picture of that mailbox in front of this house, I can't do anything about it. I'm thinking, I said to him, you know what? This house is for sale. I think there's a picture in the newspaper. I grabbed the current newspaper. I opened it up, and there's a picture of my house with the mailbox in front of it. I go, here. And he's right over there. He couldn't do anything about it. So he called the owner of the house, which I felt bad about, because then the owner of the house came over and he threatened him and said he was in possession of stolen property. And the owner put it all back. And the stupid thugs that were in the house were still in there. I felt bad that the owner of the property had to do it.
Don't worry, because it blows downhill.
Well, he was trying to get them out of there. They didn't belong in there.
Mm-hmm. Just one more log on that fire.
It says 53. My daughter tells me 53. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, that are you going to be 39 next week? It's 53. Man. Yeah, Raw Dog, just support your local drag strip. There you go.
There you go.
Well, you know what he's into. If any of you watched his, excuse me, if any of you watched Raw Dog's channel, he's into a racing that's, I don't know what it's called. It's the stuff where they race these off-road vehicles around like a small road course with all these jumps and everything. And he's got videos on there. It is pretty wild racing.
It looks cool.
And Mexican Spec, if you can, find a link to Raw Dog 420 to his channel, and so he can get some.
If anybody isn't already seen
if anybody
it, go ahead and
isn't already subbed, maybe they can sub. Because get him, because I know he's interested in that kind of racing.
He's all right. He's a young guy.
It's just really fun stuff.
Seems nice. He's a friendly community member.
It's just I'm not into the.
Every once in a while, I say something a little off the wall, but in general, he's a good guy.
I'm just not into the mind-altering drugs. They're illegal. As long as it's legal, it's fine. Some stuff I think they should legalize, but I'm not gonna break the law, put myself in jeopardy. I'm too old to be in jail. And as far as the alcohol goes, I probably had my life's allotment of alcohol. So, it looks like Ari got it, and Mexican Spec got it.
Can you test the caps on this?
Test the caps. Ooh, I don't know if I have a way to test the capacitors. Okay, I'm gonna click on this and bring this up. There's Raw Dog's channel, and yes, I am subbed with the bell. So, I knew I was. I just wanted to check it. What's Tim saying? I played college softball as a fetus. Okay, that's why it was softball. Josh, no, the track is the safest place to punch it. Tim, what are you saying there? Stribble says they used to have a drag strip in downtown Compton. You know what they have in Compton is an airport, an industrial area around there that's, I guess, is really.
Isn't that where what Professor P was talking about this week or last week on the
could be
live? They have fond memories of racing in California.
Kevin says illegal drugs are dangerous. You never know what you're going to get. Yep. I have a dead friend that I don't know if she really learned it the hard way, but her whole family learned it the hard way.
Yeah, it's only fun until it's not.
Because I was told she had some back surgery and she got some kind of painkillers or something. And her mother was over. Her brother lived right next to me in an apartment in Maryland, and her mom was over there. And I said, "Yeah, I heard that the prescription something." And she goes, "Oh, it wasn't the prescription. There was some." She goes, "There was something that she bought on the street that's what killed her." I go, "Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that." But her mom was pretty distraught over it. But this was. Oh, Pitt says, "Oh, meter, Kim. It should build resistance." Oh, you want an ohm meter?
It's got a capacitor. And then what are these?
Pitt says replace all capacitors. They get tired, just like batteries.
Yeah, and they're all green. A couple of them are all green.
Raw Dog says you can go all out of the racetrack. You sure can. You know, Raw Dog, I watched every one of those videos you had with that weekend you went up there. Whatever weekend it was a few weeks ago. You had a big deal where you went up there. I watched all those. I don't know much about those kind of races. I've watched them maybe somewhere else on somebody else's video, but I watched every one of them. It was pretty good stuff, Especially there's a strip of Highway 1 near me that was in the original Gone in 60 Seconds. Saw a Chevy 2 Gasser do the best rolling burnout I've ever seen there the other day. Tim, Buffy spent a lot of money on drugs.
Well, yeah, that's how it ends up being. Careful.
Kevin says capacitors have a life. They sure do. See, and that's, I don't know if he's still in here. He was in here. Can't pull his name up. Come on.
Come on, use your brain.
Use my brain. The CB radio guy.
Boat Anchor?
Boat Anchor.
Okay.
Boat Anchor, the CB I got from him, he recapped that thing for me. So I've got, I got an older CB from him that's supposed to be a very good radio, but it's been recapped, so it's
need a screwdriver,
so it doesn't have old capacitors in it. And then he tuned it up and everything. Raw Dog, right? I would never touch any other drug. Never, none of the white stuff. Yeah, no pills or nothing. Tim says it's the law. We have to take drugs. Special agent says O'Reilly's can bench test that alternator and tell you its output too.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why she's messing with it. She bought a new alternator to pull on. She took the old alternator off and she's fixing it. Why?
Fix it.
Put the new alternator on it.
I was curious if there was something obviously wrong with it, and I think there is. I think it needs caps.
Oh, here you go. Kevin Smith got a joint years ago that had rocket fuel in it. I couldn't talk right for a week.
Maybe don't do that.
Classic Industry sells those damn things.
Yes, they do.
The ohmmeter will test the function of a cap, but you won't be able to see what its actual capacity is. Harry says, I have a couple of spares if you need parts. Harry, were you in here when she was showing her new alternator? She got one that's, I think, 90 amp alternator. It's like it looks different, but she's going to put it on there.
I don't know how to put this back together right now. I'm just going to set
So you took it apart. You don't know how to put it together right now and just set it aside.
See, there's this brush here.
Yeah, and you got to
This brush is space brush. You don't have to worry about
you
this.
got to get that one in there somehow.
Usually there's a little hole that you can stick a
thing in there to hold it.
But this one doesn't have a hole. I guess I can take it out and stick it back in.
How do you get it back in there? Oh, take the whole thing out?
I guess I can. I guess I can take this.
Okay, Mexican Spec, I don't want you to moderate me. Did I ask him this before about this stupid Mexican word I use all the time? That I had to quit. I had to really police myself and stop using this because I used to hear it all the time out in Arizona, and it was something
the cheeky word
people would say, and so I picked it up. Yeah, they pick up something. There'd be some little part, and they call it chingaderas, and they go, oh yeah, it's chingaderas, and of course that's not the name of the part, but they say that word, and I just kind of picked it up like you don't know the name of the part. Is that a bad word, man? I'm gonna get scolded now. I think.
Look at that! It comes out.
It comes out. That's how you do it.
What's this? This is just the ground, right? Oh.
Okay. Seer Tim says heart, AFibs, warfarin, blood thinners. That my father was on all this stuff and pills to make me sleep. Man. Yep, my father was on all that stuff. My father had to be very careful not to cut himself, or because he was really hard time getting a bleeding stop.
Blood thinners, yeah. My grandmother was she lived a long time, so they must have known something.
Product to build a Pro for 900 horsepower four-wheel drive off-road truck, $500,000 to $1 million to build. Know an engine builder and a chassis builder. Kevin, haven't touched weed since the rocket fuel incident.
That would turn you off.
That would scare me, yeah.
Yeah, that would kind of.
Mexican Spec says salute.
What did I do here?
He says, I guess so, but not as bad as another word.
He's saying there's worse ones.
Harry says it's mildly not a bad word necessarily. Oh, I used to hear that word so much that I just, stupid American, I just started picking it up because I was around a lot of people that would. Oh, yep. Well, that's another phrase, Mexican Spec. I'm not going to say that. But off-road racing is cool. They have so many different classes. So I assume they have different classes so the people that can't afford the $1 million cars can race.
That's how you keep people.
That's why I like No Name Nationals. There are going to be some fast cars there that are really get with it, that are high-dollar cars. But then there's going to be a bunch of us out there in cars like this.
Oh, hey,
we're welcome to race, and we race each other. In fact, Dallas, president of the AHRA, he's got a V6 a stock V6 78 Buick that's 198 cubic inches. Mine's 200 cubic inches, and we're gonna race each other, and that's pretty cool, you know.
Hey, I wanted to ask about that. They're going to have a 6-cylinder class at No Name Nationals this year.
Not a class. It's just we're gonna.
No, they're going to run a bracket.
Oh, maybe they will run a bracket.
But
I don't know.
I haven't heard, and obviously you don't know because he doesn't understand drag racing real well. Does anybody know if they've come up with any rules for what the class will be? Because I'd really love to see it as a bracket class. So it's a dial-in black bracket class with
And that's not. Well, that's
foot
getting.
brake, no box. That means no trans brake, no electronics, no computer. Like they have computers.
Oh, and that would get
the Nelsons wouldn't.
the Nelsons would not be like.
No, but they
Because
run.
the Nelsons will win everything with their.
They run in
six-cylinders.
super, and that they don't need an extra class anyway.
8th mile, they're going 150
They don't
miles
need an
an
extra
hour.
class. It would be cool to see them go, but it's not really safe to pit two cars that are that wide from each other anyways.
Hippie Long
feel
says
like a
Chingus is short for Chingatera. Here, it means thingy. Well, see, that's kind of the way I understood it. But I
Jumpy.
never really knew. Yeah, and Olive stepped in here. I should have said hi, but like I was.
Tim, we'll see you in the morning. We'll be here on
Where's Tim?
Saturday night again.
Oh, he's taking off. Yeah, I see that. Took his sleeping pills.
It's the time. Hydrazine, Special Agent James says. Is that the
Hydrazine.
jet fuel?
Hydrazine is something they use in it's rocket fuel.
Yikes. That's like meth stuff. Isn't
Oh,
it?
Mexican spec says literally it would translate to mess or yeah, clusterfuck. Okay,
Ah,
okay, so
so it's profane, but it's not like.
but it's not like something. So if it's said around, like out at the test site, there'd be somebody working and they call some, have a new airplane with some little thing, and they could replace this. Yeah, okay. So I just kind of picked it up over the years.
I did some bracket racing back in early 2000s. I had some 6-cylinders, and they had a slant 6 racing class, and so I went for like 3 or 4 years. I participated in that every summer. One year I even made it on the points leaderboard. I won a race, and then I tried to follow up with some more points, and I just couldn't get out of the first round after that. But it was fun.
It says I used to work with a fella at John Deere dealership whose thing was drag race cars with 305 Chevys. Okay, Raw Dog is talking about somebody that was a horse racer. I don't know anything about a horse race. I know what a horse race is. End of story. It's in hospice care at home.
So the thing about being in a bracket with 305 Chevys, if everybody has a 305 Chevy, you just make the best 305 Chevy you have, and you go out and exhibit your progress each year, and you try and have a good time.
Well, my thing about racing the 6-cylinders
Seems good to me.
is all our 6-cylinders are in the kind of the low 200 cubic inch range, and it's just a friendly thing. We're hanging out at No Name Nationals, and we get to go run our cars. Like I told Kim, we're gonna race.
We're not setting the world on
She's gonna
fire.
race this dart against my.
But then again, we're not
Mercury.
trailering either.
And it's cars we can drive there, and we run them down the track, and we'll probably go about 50 miles an hour at the end of the track. And hers is much more lower gear than mine, and got a few more cubic inches. She might beat me, but she might not. I don't. She might have to shift into high gear before I do, and I may make the trip all in low gear or second gear. I don't
think
know.
about like
So,
Power Tour.
We'll just do it. Just be a fun thing.
Every car at Power Tour isn't the most. They're not all there to be the fastest car or anything. They're there to go and have fun and hang out with other people, and their goal is not to be the fastest or whatever. They're just having a good time in an old car. And it's a lot of fun if you're willing to just forget about trying to be the fastest or whatever. Like, go.
But then there's the people out there that have like the 28-10-5 class.
Yeah.
And those cars are out there doing wheelies and they're trying to keep the wheels on the ground. They're so, you know.
They're fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harry says, dang, my 64 would be perfect.
Yeah,
Well,
you'd have a great time, Ari.
It's not like,
but it's
like
a long
right now, I
time.
didn't know there was going to be a class. I thought we were just going to do it for the fun of it. In fact, that's what
and that's the idea of having a
Dallas is like.
6-cylinder class is so a bunch of people with 6-cylinder cars go, well, I know I'm not the fastest because I don't even have a V8, but I can go and run in a 6-cylinder class, and I won't be the fastest, but I also won't be the slowest. And as long as you dial your time and run your number, you can win. Like, I've won races, I've won rounds in cars that weren't fast, but they were consistent.
Yes,
I knew what number to put on there. Yeah, yeah.
We do have to wear a helmet. I have to buy a helmet.
We gotta remind. Yeah, we gotta do that before it gets too.
Yep.
Long at the summer. Next pay,
I'm gonna buy a helmet.
All right, so here's my replacement alternator. Oh, it's heavy, and it is smaller in diameter, as you could see. But
Next Inspect says I have to get going, guys. It is bedtime. Oh yeah, it's late. We're going on late. Sorry about that. Good night. Thanks for being here. Thanks for putting up all the links and everything. Good deal.
We appreciate you, Next Inspect. It is similar in pulley configuration, as you can see. Same diameter. It's a little bigger. I wish I could put the smaller one on there, but I don't think that shaft will fit. So that sucks, but that's all right.
What is this for?
That's for the puller.
Oh, that's for the puller.
This is a press-on. This one's a bolt-on.
Probably with a
and this one's a press-on. So that's okay. I think, let's see. Are the ears the same size? Check that out. Look. Spacing on the ears. You see that?
It's close.
It's the same. It'll be fine.
Let's see here. I saw something I wanted to respond to. Oh, God, it's already halfway up the thing here.
Dad's machine shop had a huge sign on the wall that said "No racers." That's funny. Okay.
Special Agent says, Thunderhead drove that 302 Maverick with... Oh, here come the commercials. I missed it. Sorry. I'll wait. I'll give it a few seconds. I've been interrupted by commercials.
Okay.
Special Agent says, Thunderhead drove that 302 Maverick with the lawnmower carb on it. It dynoed like 50 horsepower to power your... See what the rest of it is. I don't know. I thought that was pretty slick. He also did one where he had his carburetor on the top of a big old long stalk. Probably like to get low end. And then I guess he hadn't figured out that maybe he did, but in this video it looked like he hadn't figured out how to make it out the driveway. And he pulled it out and it missed his garage door by about that much. He's a pretty interesting guy.
Yeah, he's a fun guy.
Oh, racers.
Entertaining.
Of course, the machine shop I used to go to, it was all racers. So, you know, and that guy was busy. He was really busy. Kevin Smith, hey, we're going to be on until like 7 a.m.? Nope. This car can sleep in here tonight if this alternator doesn't get on there. Kevin Smith got Miller welder ads. 2 points, Kim?
Yes.
Raw Dog says, let's try to pull an all-nighter, Buff and Kim, and see how long we make it. I don't think we want to do that because we have stuff we have to do tomorrow or later today, so we're going to have to get a little sleep. We got to take that thing we made over to my stepmom's house.
Yeah. Stuff to do.
Buddy Car Final says, a fast car will never be fast enough. You always want more power. Yeah, that's kind of what I like about racing the 6-cylinders. We didn't make them fast to make them fast. We just like, yeah, let's just go out and have some fun.
I mean, we
it's like
them up the best we could.
It's like a street race when you're a kid, you know. You just do it.
The best we could with them. Like I ported them out. They should run as good as any slant 6 out.
Harry says, Kim, I have a couple of those Dr. Seuss looking Mopar alternators sitting around if you need parts.
Yeah,
Dr. Seuss, I've never heard that.
I'm just gonna put this.
She bought this. Hippie Long got a Miller beer ad. 2 points. But yeah, but we did some porting and bores and yada yada, but in the back of Napa we had to provide some kind of warranty, and it was more than enough irrigation motors to keep busy. Yeah, and if you were boring an engine out, it's probably because the cylinders were tapered and you wanted to save the engine, and you bored it out to get rid of just to bring it up to build another stock engine. I've done that. Bored an engine out 30 thousandths to freshen it up. Well, this car right here is what, 40 over? This engine's 40 over, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it's 40 over. There's nothing special about that engine other than it's 40 over. Oh, and she ported the head, but she ported the head to clean up the little casting marks and all the stuff in there.
Oh, did a nice job. I did a nice job.
You did a nice job on it. Okay, so she cleaned up the ports on the head.
For maximum flow, but not. I mean, they're same size valves. It's just clean up the ports.
So this one's bored 40 thousandths, but it was stock pistons. Not stock diameter, but stock
rod, stock pistons, everything. Yes. And the deck height is atrocious. The deck height on these, it's like what? What did we measure? 14 in the hole. 14 thou in the hole, wasn't it?
Says Tennessee people have more chill than racing crowd around here. The way you all describe it sounds like fun. Oh, that's not Tennessee. That's No Name Nationals, which is No Name Nationals is all YouTube content creators.
Yeah.
You have to have 500 subs not to go to the race. You have to have 500 subs to participate in a race, and people from Canada and the U.S. all over come to the races, and it's in Sikeston, Missouri every year, and it's run by John Wilburn, and it's an AHRA event, so Dallas Brown sanctions a race, the AHRA, so we always go, and we have it's more of a YouTube content creator event, than a drag racing all out, that kind of event. It's really fun.
It's fun if you follow some of the creators and see what they're working on. You enjoy them, and you enjoy the projects that they're doing, and you realize that you cannot build a channel around one day a year or one weekend a year. So your channel is not going to be all about the No Name Nationals. You have to have character of your own. And then the No Name National is just something fun that you get to do so you can collaborate with some creators. That's really a good way of looking at it. And John Wilburn maybe would describe it just a little different, but it's
yeah. If you want to follow this, look at John Wilburn's channel. Maybe Ari can put up a link, or Kevin can put up a link.
Who are we talking to?
Pit Snipe Husker.
Oh, Pitt is new. Okay.
Because he's new in here, and he's not aware of all this.
Where's Pitt? He's up by the Barrows, isn't he?
No, he's in Nebraska. He's near 38 Racing.
38 Racing.
And 38 Racing showed up the first year with one of his 59 Chevys. Showed up with a 59 Chevy 2-door that he had, his father, I think, bought new, and he still has it. He's got a 454 in it. I know he's got a big block in it. And he raced that, and then he's got a couple more 59 Chevys. Definitely a 59 Chevy guy. But nobody really cares.
Like, there's no big prizes for winning.
Anyway, John Wilburn.
Getting there.
John Wilburn, he'll do a live tomorrow at it'll be 7 o'clock your time, 7 p.m. your time, and it's usually a 2-hour live. He cuts it off right at 2 hours, so he'll be talking about it, and he's the guy that runs it. So if you have questions, he's really willing to talk about it. Harry says It's just like if you combine Jonestown, Burning Man, and Winter Nationals. I don't know about Jonestown, Burning Man. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a fun thing to get together. And I went the first 2 years. I didn't have enough subs. The first year I didn't have any subs. I just wanted to go to the event, so I went as a spectator, which costs a little less. So the first year, I'd been watching Kim on Kim Fixes Things. And I'm like, man, I'd like to meet her. I'd like to meet her. Well, she was at No Name Nationals the first year, so I met her. We've kind of been hanging out together since then. So I met her at No Name Nationals, the first annual No Name
Followed
Nationals.
him home. Can I keep him?
She followed me home. So she was trying to get out of the cold white north. And I said,
I mean, that was part of my channel. I was building that van so I could move. I didn't know where I was going. I sure wasn't planning on living in Port.
So anyway, and we've gone every year since then. Last year I had enough subs, but I didn't have a car. We took this car, so we're going to race this one, but it started leaking oil really bad. And it was bad enough we couldn't run it like that. So Kim spent a full day underneath trying to fix it. And I finally said, you know what? You're going to spend 3 days under that car, and you're not going to get it fixed because it's you're going to have to pull the engine.
Well,
and it just was way beyond what we could do in a drag strip.
We checked, and you couldn't get parts in time.
So
nobody, with geographical peculiarity and
John Wilburn is like Kim Jong-un of the No Name Nationals. Well, I wouldn't say that. So if he's a dictator, he'd be a what do they call it, a benevolent dictator. And I would never say Kim Jong benevolent.
Doesn't quite. Nice.
So here we go. John Wilburn channel. Hey, thanks.
There you go. Thank you, Ari.
And so
more fun than judge shows for model car. No, model car show judgings are probably a lot of fun. I would not say it's more fun. I would just say that it is fun that is specifically tailored to our kind of community. Right?
So
there you go.
So
I might have to mix them.
Anyway, so last year we ended up not racing because of leaking oil all over the place. We used like 2 gallons of oil driving this thing home.
A gallon and a half.
Gallon and a half, I don't know. It was a lie. It's just oiled the whole bottom of the car. So what we did was, right when we got back, we were going to pull the engine out and fix the oil leak, which we thought was a rear main seal, but it was really a improperly installed pan gasket. But then we found a lot of other things wrong.
All the rings were shattered.
When we took the pistons out, the rings just fell off in pieces. I can't believe that engine was running that well.
It ran good.
It ran good for...
You know why it ran so good?
3-piece rings.
Because there was no metering rod in the carburetor.
Oh, there was no metering rod in the carburetor. That's why you use so much gas.
Yeah, it did.
Kevin Smith, read the above comment for more content. Kevin Smith, more fun. Okay, so anyway, we're going to build a new engine for it. So it's got a 40 over engine with the bottom end is tight. It's not meant to be turbocharged. It's like 1,000 piston to cylinder wall clearance, and it's nice engine. And then she ported the head, and it's all nice and fresh, so it's on there. So this got a fresh engine. And then it had a 3-speed on the column. And while it was out, she decided to go. She'd gotten a...
Well, the clutch was
okay, so the clutch
was from the oil leak.
So she decided to put a 904 in it. So now it's got an automatic that's a really nice automatic. So it's got basically a fresh automatic and a fresh 6-cylinder in it. So it's nice.
And we've just been short for a couple of... I didn't drive it over the winter, but we got it in the spring. I start driving it. I take it for short trips and run it out of gas. Well, how many times have we run out of gas now? Twice.
She's running out of gas twice. Always at the bottom of the hill.
When I turned it on tonight...
You can't coast back up the hill.
When I turned it on tonight, the gas gauge came up to full.
The gas gauge came up to full, so something's right.
So it's working again.
Yeah, because before she'd fill it up and it just sucked the gas down in no time. And she'd go, it can't be out of gas. I just put gas in it.
Yeah.
Well, then she found the metering rod that's supposed to be down in the jet. It's just laying down in the metering rod's just laying down in the bowl.
I did a video about that real recently.
Okay, so it's like
that's on my channel, Kim Fixes Things. Somebody shout out my channel. Ari Kevin,
Ari or Kevin, can you put up
there's
Kim
a little
Fixes
bit about this car on my channel.
Kim Fixes Thing.
We did a lot on your channel because we were trying to get your channel monetized, which I still stand by. Was a
Kim still puts a lot of effort into my channel, but occasionally she puts up stuff that's her stuff on her channel. I used to do a lot of model cars, but I don't know. I got a couple more years I can drive. At some point, some doctor will probably cut me off. Or the doctor won't cut me off. I'll cut myself off. I'll know I shouldn't be driving. And
we already moderate when we do.
I already moderate my driving because if my blood sugar's going low and I can feel it or something,
well,
I have Kim drive.
We're real careful. We take turns, that kind of stuff. But you can still drive. I mean, it's not like you can't see. But at night, I know you struggle with the lights. The lights are atrocious. Like, I don't even think it's all you. Like, the lights are bad.
Oh, yeah, the carburetor had a metering rod, but it's a Chinese clone carburetor, and they left the metering rod sitting down in the bowl of the carburetor. It wasn't connected, or it came off somehow. I can't imagine how it came off. And didn't fall down into the jet. It was laying in the bowl, so it was just drinking gas like crazy.
The J-hook on it was so
she fixed it.
It was so wide open, it just was not enough to grab onto its mount. So
Harry says, my dream is to go to No Name Nationals with a box of curb feelers and see how many cars I could attach curb feelers to at night in the fence. Why? Just don't bring Dean Stevenson up here to do that, because he'll put him on the wrong side of the car. We got to get Dean Stevenson up here. We've offered a few times, but he has other reasons he can't make the trip. I mean, he'd have to fly halfway around the world. I mean, we've got cars to drive and everything else, and you know, he's been such a participant in all these channels. You know? Oh, Pitt says I followed Buff. I was making a bad funny.
Does he have 500 subscribers?
Who?
Dean.
Does Dean have 500 subscribers? I don't think so. But he could go. It's just like me. I went 3 years without participating, although I had enough subs last time. Man, last year I made the 500. Barely. And this year, what do we have right now?
52.
I think we might be over 53. We were at 52.97 when we walked up here. So we're really close to 5,300. Special Agent says, sometimes I have to wear sunglasses at night because everyone has their eye beams on. Man, has that become a problem. Man, has that become a problem. Well, and it's going to make noise. He's grinding and making noise. Sorry about that. Keep grinding. Grind up a whole piece of cast iron. Okay, now we're back. She was grinding. Pitt says those friggin' LED headlights, some are just so cheap. Yeah, there's people that really hate LED headlights because they don't understand what the problem is. It's not the LEDs. It's the improperly designed lenses and reflectors, or no lenses and reflectors, just blasting light out. And yeah, those will blind the shit out of everybody. You get a good LED headlight. Of course, those are more expensive. And with a nice cutoff, man, they're nice and bright, and their color temperature's right. They're really good, and they don't blind anybody. That cutoff should hit about 100 to 125 feet out in front of the car. And man, those things are great. But yep, people buy the cheap ones, and they just blast the shit out of you, and it's horrible. I've thought about putting some in my high beams, but I'm not going to put them in the low beams. And I kind of like the car looking stock, but when I was researching it, so many of those lights are set up for high and low beams, and they just blast light out. No reflectors, no lenses. We've got a set of them here on one of Kim's. What is it on your Bronco 2? It's got a set of those, but that car's just going to drive around here on the property, so I don't care. We're not going to be blinding anybody with it. Let's see here. Ari says there's also a witchcraft-based channel called Kim Hexes Things. Kim, you listening?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I didn't hear.
I'm talking to you, and you're just like, I said, Ari said, there's also a witchcraft-based channel called Kim Hexes Things.
That's awesome.
I think he's joking, but he may not be.
Well, I hope that's a real thing.
Hippie Long says, we had a traveling Broadway show that had a kitten mewing or something. It took me half a day to find the device. They sell them on Amazon. It's like a cat sound that you hide somewhere. It says, is Kim a witch? That stripper I married and her mom were alleged witches. Run around naked in the woods every Halloween.
I'm not a witch, but I'm down for some
Run around.
Naked fire circle dancing. Woo!
Hippie Long, Amazon, sign
I
language.
can neither confirm nor deny that I have allegedly done the naked fire dance.
It says I love LEDs everywhere else, but you've got to do a little research to get the decent ones. That's right. And I really wanted to put a set on my car, but they're just the expensive ones. I'm not even sure which ones to get. I've got to try them and see if they have a good cutoff and everything. But I've driven newer cars that have factory made good LEDs with a cutoff, and the high beams you don't care about. Turn them down. You don't blind people with them. But then people run around with them on. Trucks come up behind me, jacked up pickup trucks with leaving their high beams on, their LEDs, just light up the inside of my car like it's sun, you know. It's like just some
LEDs won't help if your lenses are foggy. Well, yeah, but the sealed beams, they're not a foggy lens kind of issue. You have to replace the whole thing. But yeah, putting an LED in a fog housing is worthless.
Yeah, well, mine are seal beams. Well, so is this. These cars are all old enough. They're seal beams.
See the pulse signal in your mirror? Yeah. Oh, and they'll freeze in the winter. Oh, they'll freeze over in the winter.
Well, see, that was a problem when they went to LEDs. They went to LEDs with the traffic signals up in the cold white north.
And they don't melt the snow.
They no longer melt the snow out of them. They just sit there and snow fills up. You can't see them anymore. So now they got to heat them.
All right, I need to...
Pitt says, I got a paraplegic Navy buddy that does headlight restoration. I'm tickled. Hold on. He makes a decent wage at it. Harry says, cheap LEDs are rough. You can see the pulse signal in your mirror.
It's pretty rough. Okay, I have to record. I'm sorry, but do you wanna do anything with this, or you want me to only do it specifically for
I don't know. I got a helper. I was going to say, especially it says H4 bulbs use the same connector as H006 or H005 seal beams, whichever is the 3-prong. See, the high beams are the 2-prong, and I was looking for LED lights. They were just the 2-prong ones to put in the high beam side, which is a 4x6 rectangular light. Good luck trying to find anything like that. All the ones I found were the 3-prong ones. I don't want those. My low beams, I don't want to be blinding people. Okay, I've got to go. Simply Safe ads. Oh, the ads came through and I didn't notice it. Just remove high ball pin from the lamp. Just guess, right? Yeah, I'm not sure. I used to take the round ones, the 5 1/4.
They probably have to put heaters on those lights to keep them melted now.
Yeah, the 5 3/4 ones. The police car, those flat spotlights they had back in the late 70s and 80s, I used to put those in my high beam sockets, and I had to make little prongs for them. But man, I couldn't turn those on and blind somebody with them. I had to be kind of careful with them. But I never got stopped with them. They're environmentalists like I am with their heated LED lights. Okay, I got to help Kim do some videoing here. Videoing. Okay, Kim, what do you want me to do?
I just want you to see what I'm doing
I
while I explain it.
I thought you wanted me to hold the camera.
No, I can hold the camera even, but I need you to see what I'm doing and decide if you want to make a short involved with it before I install it, because you won't be able to do a short once it's in the car. Okay. But instead of me explaining it to you and then doing the video, I'm just going to do the video and it'll be perfect explanation.
So you want me to do it as a short on my camera, or you want to do it on here?
You can't. Well, don't do the short until after you see what I'm going to explain.
No, I was going to let you do the short on my channel.
No, I don't want to do it. It's on you. If you want to do a short about it or not.
Okay.
I need you to stand just a little bit more out of the way so we're not bumping into each other.
Let me go back over here.
Over here, right here is probably okay.
Then I can see the...
Yeah. Alternator has been removed. Not too difficult. And we have it on the bench. And we have the proposed replacement beside it on the bench. And this came from like an early 90s Magnum V8 powered Dodge truck. And it's supposed to put out 90 amps. And so it's very similar. The later Magnums went to a serpentine belt, so they wouldn't have this pulley. So, it took a little figuring out. But it's mostly the same thing. You see, it mounts with a pivot, and we'll have to put a bolt over here instead of a. We could deal with all that. The one thing that was different. I'm going to show you with a ruler. You'll see it a lot better than if you just try and figure it out. If you line up the two faces right here are going to be a fixed location where the mounting bracket on the engine holds this, right? So if you line the two alternators up like that, and you put a straight edge square to this alternator, you see it hits, well, the offset is not the same on the two pulley systems. So, the other thing that I'm having a problem with is the ears on this here design are a little narrower than that old design. And now this will make them smaller, but it won't make it bigger. So this is the factory alternator bracket. Goes down here, holds the alternator up. Pretty simple, right? So I took it off, and in order to make it correct, the best way to make it correct, right? The best way, the easy way I found, is to take this fixed location right there and move it over just a little, right? If we move it over a little bit, now the pulleys are going to line up, right? And so in order to do that, we need to we need to alter this bracket. To alter this bracket, we just grind some of it off. And I think it's still more than adequate in strength. It's a piece of cast iron. It wasn't too hard to grind on. And now it will fit. If we ever decide to go crazy and put back the original style, we'll need to fill a gap with a washer to align it up properly. But I think this will maybe last the life of the car now. So there you go. It fits in there. It's going to correct the alignment problem that we're having. And all for this came from an eBay vendor, remanufactured, reman tag. It's a Denson alternator for $83 delivered to the front door. I think that that's a pretty good alternative to some of the high amperage, high quality reproduction one wire alternators to replace this are in the $300 to $400 range. So this car, I love this car, but it's not getting a $400 alternator. What do you think? Should I put a $400 alternator, or is $83 sound like it's going to be okay?
$83 sounds good.
Now, this alternator, the other thing about this alternator, and I watched some Dead Dodge Garage stuff about it. See, it's got one wire that comes from the external voltage regulator. This wire supplies power from the voltage regulator, and then the other wire grounds to the chassis to ground it. So, this alternator, same deal. It has two wires, but it is not from the factory. The negative is not grounded. So I have to figure out which direction is negative. Whichever one of these terminals is negative, I'll need to run to ground, and then I need to put one of these tabbies on the other one so I can plug it in, and it will function just like this, only this is going to put out a whole lot more amps. I'm a little bit unsure of one other thing here, is that the pulleys, the diameter of the pulleys, this new one has a slightly larger diameter pulley, and obviously the pulleys, this one's a press-on and this one's a bolt-on, so they won't interchange. But this pulley is about, I don't know, 5 or maybe 10%, less than 10% larger. So I'm really, really hoping that it does not exacerbate the problem at idle. Exacerbate? That's a word, right? You're over there like a child laughing at exacerbate. Anyways, there's where we're at. I'm gonna bolt it on and let's see what happens.
Yeah, don't be over there exacerbating.
Did you guys learn anything?
Let's see here. I don't know why Kim doesn't rebuild the alternator. I think she wants more amps. I don't know what those original ones were.
It doesn't put out any amps.
Like, why not just go with the new one that she likes?
I mean, it's gonna cost money, first of all, to fix. And when I'm done fixing it, it's still only gonna put out like 20 or 30 amps. And I could buy a replacement, but that costs an amount of money. I can buy a 50 amp replacement. It's gonna cost the same as this new one. And this new one puts out 90 amps, which I will never need, but if I do, I got it. Like if I want to run what if I want to run an electric supercharger? That's going to take some amps, right? What if I want to run big, I don't know. Let's hear you guys tell me some things that, like what if I want the windshield wipers to run with the high beams on at the same time?
And that's when you need this kind of stuff, is on a rainy night.
I got the lights on.
Beam lights, and you got the heater motor, blower motor, and you got the wipers going, and that's the night the alternator.
My grandfather, I mean, it was the 80s when my grandfather, he had a Chrysler, like...
Big boat?
No, like a Acclaim. I think it was a Chrysler Acclaim or Plymouth Acclaim. It was like a K car, basically, right? Yeah. He didn't like to turn on the radio because he was worried it would
kill the
battery. And I'm guessing that was from his lived experience of older cars with low power. Yeah, so it's a discussion. I'm just making a short video for my channel about what I'm doing, because when you are a full-time makes it sound like we put in 40 hours a week, and we don't. But
full-time means we don't do anything else.
We don't do anything else. This is our life. This is everything we do, and we got a lot banking on our success. So like,
what is fighting?
Like, we didn't do a video on making that little roller pallet, but we almost should have. Like, you have to turn everything into content in the best way you know how.
There's some little bug flitting around here, and he's biting my ear. Now he's...
Ari says, I learned who I need to send a Classic Industries catalog to. Uh-huh. You know what? I was looking at... The other thing, Ari, is I was looking at American made. Because you could always get cheaper. But I was literally looking at stuff that was made in Chicago, right? And a lot of the people sell them. They're the top of the line. It's like, well, if I'm gonna spend money, I'm gonna spend $100. What, you know, like I'm not gonna. I wish I had $400 to support an American company. I really do. Just like when I bought these air conditioners, I bought them from a company in Texas. I thought I was buying stuff that was American made. It gets here, and what did it say? Made in China? It says made in China. Right underneath the Texas address, it says made in China.
It's Texas. Comes from Texas. Says Texas on it. And I said, Kim, it says Texas, China.
You go to the company's website, all about all their stuff, all the great stuff that they make. They don't make stuff. It's all the stuff they retail. It's upsetting. But I really can't justify spending $400 for something I can get for $80. It costs 4 times as much to buy American. It sucks.
Well, and that's how it is. We got to make money when we work. We don't have any kids working for slave wages.
Yeah. Yeah, there's people in other countries where they'll starve to death if they don't work.
I've told this before. I worked for a guy that had an electronics company. He had these circuit boards. And he had the circuit boards made and the components and send them to China, and they'd populate the boards and solder and bring them back. But he had a pretty high rejection level because when they QC the boards, a lot of them didn't work right, and that was getting expensive. So we bought a wave solder machine and put a section in the factory that was a clean room and hired a couple people and had them go in there, and he started doing the boards in the U.S. And the reason why is because almost 100% of them passed the QC, and getting them done cheap in China didn't work out for him. So, you know, there's another side to it. So if you got a high rejection level, that's not good, you know. Kevin Smith, we don't have a money tree. Well, there's people that think we do. Harry says, I have a couple of old Mopar alternators around. I think one of them may work. Harry, are you gonna do anything with your, I don't remember, I think it was a Dart or was it a Valiant? Don't remember which it was. But you got that nice slant six. Kim, you know what? We've been on here for 4 hours and 14 minutes, and we were going to make it a short.
Well, we still have to make a couple of shorts for you.
I have shorts.
And I have some ideas.
I have shorts. I don't need the shorts to get through tonight. All right, I have a slant six clutch, pistons, single barrel intake, and some other things as well.
Well, Ari's trying to lure us out there.
Harry, you gonna come to No Name Nationals? Man, I wanted to come to No Name Nationals and race a Rivian just for the fun of it, but he doesn't work for Rivian anymore. So now he's going to have to bring a 1960 Chevrolet pickup truck. You know how much fun that would be to drive across country? Probably reliable as hell. Just small block Chevy, just going along 35 miles an hour. He wouldn't really be going 35. Just the speedometer says 35.
We got all those things, Ari.
We have 2-barrel intakes for that engine. Look at that. There's one right up there.
Yeah, we have 1 and 2-barrel intakes.
So, Kim.
Yeah.
We have things to do later today.
You want to be done.
I'm going to have to be because we have things we have to do. I didn't get my short up yet. I need to get it up right after midnight. And of course, it's 2 hours late. So I got to get that up. Harry, I'm going to burn the Dart with fire, some tires, gas. What? That will cause pollution in the state of California.
Please don't destroy the Dart.
Hope you are still playing. Hope y'all are still praying for my brother Chip. Still can't walk. Started rehab yesterday.
It's good that they started doing rehab. The sooner the better. I'm really sorry he's not doing so great, but encouragement. Absolutely, he's in my prayers, but make sure you're offering him encouragement. Make sure you're reminding him that in this moment it's probably really tough, but there's better days ahead. I'm sorry he's having that. I don't know if everybody knows this.
Excuse me.
But in 2016, I believe it was. I don't know if it was 2016 or 2017.
16 was.
I got very sick with a meningitis-like condition, or potentially Guillain-Barré after I had my back surgery. I went back to work and I thought I was doing well, but then I started getting sick and got sicker and sicker. And then I had a really bad bout of illness and I was bedridden for more than a month. And when I say bedridden, I mean I couldn't get out of bed. And if I did, I had to crawl on the floor. Like that's how I used the bathroom. I got out of bed. I was living at my mother's house and I got out of, I mean, I had my own house, but I was living with my mother because I couldn't take care of myself alone. And I would crawl out of the bed, and I was in the upstairs bedroom. I had to crawl down the steps to use the bathroom. And that was all I got out of the bed a couple times a day.
To shake that?
I was in bed for a whole month. Then they tried a different medication, and that helped a little bit. And then they tried a different medication. It's one of the medications I'm still taking. And I was finally well enough that I could get up and do things, but only for an hour or two a day. When they talk about, who's the fellow who's been building model cars? He used to do the junkyard crawl.
Oh, Steve Mignante.
Yeah. I really related to the way he was having illness. But so I was in a wheelchair and I had to go to rehab. I was in rehab for almost 3 years.
Well,
I relearned to walk.
Mignonte's finally doing more videos, recent ones, and
he's doing
it's
a little
been what, 2 years?
Yeah, it takes a really long time. It's really tough. So when I say I understand where you're at and I'm praying for you, like I know where you're coming from. It is a tough battle, and but look at me now. Now that's been what 2017, 2018 that I was working on through that.
What I'm concerned with right now is you got some painkillers in you from this big old shot.
I know.
And maybe they've worn out. Maybe they've worn off by now. But tomorrow you're going to be, when you work this long, you struggle the next day, and we need to not have that happen.
Okay.
Yeah, back problems are not fun.
It's hard to know, Stray Bullet, but you have to keep trying. You have to do the next best thing that you can, whatever's right in front of you. You take that next step. You do what you can. You pray. Sometimes all you can do is pray, but I'm sorry, Kevin. I believe it's a nightmare. I thought I was going to die. And I asked that they're doing scans and stuff like that. And I'm asking the doctor, and they're just like, they didn't know. They didn't know if I'd ever be able to walk again. They didn't know if I would improve or this was how it was going to be. And I'm still dealing with pain. Today I had an injection in my spine, in my neck, because the pain is just like, I just can't get out of bed. It hurts, And like, I'm feeling pretty good today. I don't know. He's right. I might not feel so well tomorrow. And they said I can only get these shots like 4 times a year. And
this is the first one of these you've had.
I've never had one of these. They did other surgeries on my neck.
Yeah, I remember. I've taken you for the surgery. I've taken you, well, not for the first surgery on your neck, and not for the back surgery, but I've taken you to Nashville for the last, whatever they did to your neck that I drove you home.
That was horrible.
I drove her home. I didn't want her laying down on the back seat of the Jeep without being strapped in, but she couldn't do anything else. And I drove through traffic and everything, bumper to bumper traffic going through Nashville with her laying back there, and I was worried about it. Because if I had to stop in her, you would have come rolling off that seat.
My mother used to have to take me to doctor's appointments in the back of her. Like, we'd lay the seats down and I'd lay in the trunk. I couldn't even sit up. I was so ill. And we've come a long way from there. I've had done some amazing things. I didn't die, and I've gotten better, and I'm still working on it. Tomorrow's another day.
Carvon says, went to the doctor and grocery store today. I'm in severe pain.
Oh, I'm sorry,
too bad.
Buddy. But you got it done. You did it. My sister is only one in my family that isn't crippled. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. Man. Guys, at least we have each other. I mean, I'm glad that we can talk about it. It's hard to talk about, right? A lot of times I don't want to bring it up. I don't want people to really feel sorry for me. I wouldn't bring it up unless it was like I thought maybe some relatable story that had some benefit. Like, you see Steve Max, he went through some really difficult stuff, and now he's returning to his life because of the support of people that care. And same with me, I'm coming back to my life. And it's not the same as it was, but nobody promises us tomorrow. There's plenty of people who didn't make it this far.
Josh says, I hope he never goes to the junkyard again, not worth the risk. People can go to the junkyard their whole life and never get bit by whatever he got bit by. And just, it happened,
Yeah, it's one of those things.
And it may not have even been in a junkyard, but with the amount he was going to junkyard and crawling around in grass and stuff, it probably was. It knocked the crap out of him.
We can't make it the focus of our channel. We have to try not to make. For a little while, it was the focus of my life, and as much as I can, I try not to bring it around too much. I don't want to bring down the mood, but at the same time, denial is not really the best way to deal with. Distraction is one of the ways we do. I'm glad we can be here and talk about our hobby and enjoy ourselves. We have some fun. I pick on you, but you're learning to pick on me back a little bit sometimes, and that's okay. I had to learn to change my life to adapt to my BS. It ain't going away. To adapt my entire lifestyle. And I've talked to some older people who have problems, and they told me you got to kind of make peace with the pain. You know, you get up in the morning, you're like, oh, you motherfucker. Good morning, motherfucker. I'm going to do it. And then when you can get up, when you can get up, you get up. You do the best you can for as long as you can. And then, yeah, at the end of the day, I do my best to thank God for another day. Because you know, how many friends have you lost? How many friends have I lost?
You know,
We don't want to count them out.
I'm 71 years old. So many times I'm thinking about a friend that I did something with her, and I go, oh yeah, he died. Oh yeah, he died. Oh yeah, they're dead now. You know, it's just like there's all the new people younger than me, and there's a few that are older than me. Man, all my close friends from way back, they're all gone. Every last one of them's gone. Well, no, there's the one guy in it's a year older than me in Massachusetts.
You have a lot of people on your call list. He makes phone calls, checks on people. Check on
Yeah,
your
but
friends.
most of them are younger than me.
You know? Take good care of your loved ones. Look out for them the best you can and support them. And I am glad you guys are here. Like, we have a pretty good group of people.
There's a couple people here older than us.
We have a lot of fun.
Most of us are younger. Stray bullet. I got bit by a spider, probably black widow while I was sleeping, and it made me sick as hell. My brother got bit by a black widow when he was young, and his arm was swollen. It was a big mess, but he got it taken care of. My mother got bit by a brown recluse, and it was a mess for a long time, but she got through it. And she was.
Hey, Olive, I didn't see you here earlier.
She was fairly old.
You're up late.
Yeah, we got to get out of here. It's already like I look at all and I go, man, it's like 2:30 or 3:30 where she is. Okay.
Yeah. It's late, guys. I made progress. I know how I'm getting that dirt together. It's ready to be reassembled, and that won't take long. We have some stuff to do tomorrow, so we can't stay up any later. But we'll be here Saturday.
We'll be here Saturday night. We're
going to start at 9.
Yeah, what time you want to start? 9.
9's a good time.
Yeah, we can. Oh, Dean Stevenson's here. He's still here. Here's what I was telling you know. Ari wants to put curb feelers on all the cars at No Name Nationals. I say, well, don't have Dean Stevenson do it because he'll put them on the wrong side of the car. So yeah, I don't know if they have curb feelers in New Zealand or not, or did. It was a thing here in the 50s. Every car had a curb feeler on it.
Thanks to our moderators. Thanks to everybody who was here that commented, anybody who's watching at home on a device and is not able to contribute to the chat. We still appreciate you. And
Kevin says Eastern Standard Time. No, everything's on daylight right now unless you live in Arizona or Hawaii. So it's Eastern. We will be here 9 o'clock, and we're Central Daylight Time. So that's be 10 o'clock Eastern Time. And I think everybody in Eastern Time in the U.S. is on Daylight Time now, I think.
Right. We'll also be in the studio on our regular Tuesday night that starts earlier, and we're doing cars from the 1970s to the 1980s.
But Carpanos got it right, 70 to 80.
And what we're asking is if you want to send in, you could send in your favorite from each year of that decade. That's what Mexican Spec did for us. And I'll bet you Buddy Carfano is going to do it. Only a couple people will probably do it, but it'll be fun.
That was huge.
Try and mix it up. Maybe
I had so many emails. Yeah, get a couple of your favorite cars from that group. And you know what cars right now, currently my favorite from that era?
Is it a Mercury Zephyr?
It would be a Mercury, the Z Sled. And of course, the Ford Futura. My first one was a 79. My second one was a 78. And I had some 80s. Oh, the parts cars in 80s. So all those.
Right. And is the Valiant, we should not.
Oh, it's a
completely
72.
begrudged
It's a
to Valiant.
72. It's a
It's a
72.
pretty neat little car.
Although I kind of like the A-body Chryslers, but after working on this said sled of mine, I kind of got back
You
into
like
Ford.
being back in
I
the
kind of
Ford.
like being back into my Fords. You know?
Well, we really got into it now.
Look at Dean says 1929 hours. Yeah, so it's evening there.
Man, anybody who's still here, you get an additional 3 points for staying till the very end. And now we're going to click the stoppy button.
We're gonna click this. We're gonna do stoppies.
Thanks,
That's where
everybody.
like a wheelie, only backwards. Okay, so take care, everybody. Have a good night.